Eins. Eins, eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben.
No, I mean, we're not in touch with the speakers yesterday.
Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben.
Welcome to Torup. The Danish tradition around here is to start the day with a song. So I've chosen a song that is an optimistic song. In these difficult times, probably we need to sing a song about the wonderful world which we're living in. So we'll all join in, and I'm sure also people in the live streaming part of this will sing along in their, well, they'll sing to their computer perhaps, but we'll sing together here. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors on the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies crying, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yeah, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. We need to sing these songs these days. I hope we'll be able to have a very nice and fruitful day together. We have a packed program. Most of the stuff that you will get here are sort of in 10-minute slots, that sort of thing. But over to you, and Idina, the first part of the day is about the project.
Peter, I need to grab your mic.
I know. And how do we do this? There we go.
You stay here. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is challenging. Okay. Thanks a lot, Peter. We are in Torup, and as usual, it's a bit challenging for us because we've got a lovely crew here and some of our hosts, local hosts, and we had a lovely day yesterday already. But of course, we have no clue how many are you sitting online and watching us. So it's always difficult to speak to two audiences. So I will just try to speak to those who are here and try to engage you on the way, those who are online. Let's see how it goes. But you have to be patient with us because it's always a challenge. So that's how it is. But it's really a sunny day. We had it's a bit better weather today than we had yesterday. But we will talk about it because we had a lovely day yesterday, walking around in the village, seeing many of the smart village initiatives. And we are very happy to be here, to finally be meeting each other face to face. So I will give the floor back soon to Peter to tell some of the initiatives they have been introducing to us. But we would like to start with something to present you what we are doing today, those of you who are sitting here and those of you who are watching us online. So as usual, I will just do a very quick introduction to the workshop. I'm Edina Ocsko. I'm the coordinator of this project, the Smart Roll 21, and this is our fourth workshop. Actually, it's the final one. We had 4 workshops in a row. Some of them, unfortunately, were only online, but we are lucky to have this one face-to-face. As well as online, so it's a hybrid form. But this is the last one, and we will still have a final event soon. I will talk about that as well later. So what do we want to do today? Is really, one thing is to discuss how to, again, like this is the topic kind of at each of our workshops, is how to make smart villages happen. And this time, because we are in Torup and we saw a lot of inspiring initiatives yesterday as well, the topic we'd like to focus on, and that's a core of the smart villages concept as well, is the civil society engagement and how people manage to engage many people in the society in these smart actions. The other thing we will focus on today, it's not just the national policy, we don't have so much focus on that, but really how to strengthen cooperation at the local level, because I think Torup is a great example of that. Peter is actively engaged in the local action group, and they are cooperating with the municipality, with the regional level, and so on. So this is another topic that we'd like to take the opportunity to explore here today. And then I just do mention that we use Slido again. So please, we can give a bit of time, log in to, I think it's slido.do, but or slido.com. It can be either. And then you have to put this number, yeah? So this will be on throughout the day. What we will try to do, we need to understand who is sitting in front of the screens if you want to be engaged a bit. So there are two options. Time to time, we will do polls, like asking you 1 or 2 questions. There will be only twice during the day. And then you can ask questions and answers. And what we will try to do is to read out your questions and ask the people, the speakers here, to answer those. So please keep asking. And what you can do on Slido, those who know it, you can also like the questions of others. So the most liked questions will be asked. So if you fancy a question that somebody else asked, just click like on that question, and then it will come in on the top of that row. So essentially, please try to comment and get engaged with us. We will engage here, but it's much easier. But we need your engagement as well, as usual. So please connect to Slido now and keep following the questions and so on. So I will come back to that time to time during the day. So this is just a snapshot. And then let's go a bit to the agenda so that you understand what's happening. This is the introduction I'm doing, and I will stop talking soon so that we give space for the more interesting bits. In a second, we will have a short intervention. It will be online for us as well. It will be through Zoom from Stefan Jensen. I don't know, is he online already, Stefan? Yeah, okay, very good. Hi, Stefan, if you hear us, I don't know. This is a weird word because we are connecting through many channels. But anyway, Stefan will give an overview of what's happening with smart villages at the EU level. And then the Smart Rural project, we want to highlight where we are, but we are lucky to have some of the villages here who are either selected villages, but today we focus on those who joined the project out of their own efforts, really, which is called Come Along process. We have both kind of villages today, but they will present, except Stanz, not present here, but the other villages will present some of their approaches within my bigger presentation. So we want to hear a bit about other villages as well. And then after a coffee break, we will have a bigger session. So the way it goes, the focus is on community-led smart development in Torup and beyond. And we will have this series of presentations from people that have been working with Torup and live in Torup as well, some of them. And also the research perspective we will review. And then we will have 3 roundtable discussions. Now, you have to listen, those who are online, it's a new thing we experiment with again, which is like there will be one table streamed. Of course, you cannot get directly engaged in the discussion, but you can listen in and you can ask questions. So just before this session and after the presentations, what we will do is to have a vote. Like you can vote which table you want to listen because you only have one choice. So here is your chance to decide which roundtable discussion you'd like to listen to. That's what will happen there. And here we will just interact ourselves. So we will just have proper roundtable discussions as Peter explained to us yesterday. And then the last session of today is a lot about cooperating at a slightly higher level, maybe regional level. We will have presentations about different cooperation structures and how to enable them, and then a panel discussion that we will try to facilitate together with Peter, and then closing the event. So that's today's program. And let's do a test with this Slido thing. I am a bit stressed about that as well. So we have a poll asking like who is sitting in front of the screens. And we are really hoping that some of you have already joined us. We have no clue. But I think those who are here could also vote, and at least we see some numbers. So there normally should be a question. Is it up? Can someone confirm to me? Very good. So yes, we see that. And let's see who is listening to us. Okay, so what we are asking you is to please tell us, and we need to wait a bit because the live stream sees it a bit later, by the way. Is that right, Paul? A few seconds later than we do. But I think we would really like you, especially those who are listening online, give us a hint, like who is online, who is offline, and we will see certain people voted. I hope it's not just those who sit in the room, but also those who are following us online. Anita, maybe you can scroll down the screen a bit so that, because I think there are other categories. Okay, that's 0%, so that doesn't matter then. We can go up again because national rural networks seem really to be active. And also we are, of course, happy to see many leader legs and civil society organizations. Again, since the live stream is a bit delayed, we are just waiting for a few more seconds to see what's happening there. Okay, let's leave this on. And maybe we can actually come back to that a bit later as well. Legs are taking over, you see? Not anymore. Okay, that was a short success, a few seconds success for the leader groups. Okay, good. I think we will move to the next session, which is a real challenge. I think we just need to, maybe we wait for Peter to vote legs and maybe it jumps up.
Yeah, I'll get there in a few seconds.
Okay, let's test that. If Stefan is online, he cannot hear me unless he listens to the live stream, right? Okay, so I will go to that computer and talk to him through Zoom, and we will display his presentation here. And then let's see. And please keep asking. Those who are online, you can ask questions. Put your questions as you listen to the presentations, and we will come back to those questions. So please keep asking. Ah, the leader likes to cover. Thank you, Peter. Okay, very good. So let's see if Stefan is online. I was hoping that I don't see myself. Hi, Stefan. I don't know, will we hear him? Perfect, okay.
Is everything working right on your side? I was struggling
We
with the
hope
double
so.
sound from Zoom and from the live stream to see your pictures, but that doesn't matter. It's always these new experiences. I hope you
Okay.
hear and see me well.
Yes, and I think the live streamers are seeing you well as well. Paul shows me who's helping here. So yes, I would ask you, no pressure. You are just being on live stream and in front of many people here. So please, yeah, if you can you share your screen to?
I was trying, but
Let
I
me
think I
see.
need to be
Allow.
enabled to do that.
Uh,
But hopefully
I thought-
that's a click or something on your side.
You done it? Yes, I think you can. Paul tells me.
Yes.
Very good.
We just find this. So do you see?
Yes.
Let's maybe move to the beginning. That's always. And do you see well enough? I put it in full screen here.
Yes, we see it perfectly. There is a black box as usual.
Oh yeah. This usual black box. Yeah, I can. I think I can do it like this to at least make it smaller. Is it better?
Yes.
Yeah. No, for some reason we always have these black boxes. So now I can only see my own full screen presentation. But after a couple of years of COVID, we get used to these kind of being together, sitting here in a lone room on your own and cannot see who you're speaking to, but only to your own screen. So I hope I will manage that once again. So thanks very much for having me here today. Good morning, godmorgen og hej til jer alle sammen. and good morning to everyone. I'm happy to be here with you today. My name is Stefan Østergaard Jensen. I work for the European Commission in the Director General for Agriculture and Rural Development, where I, for some years, have been working on the Smart Villages file. And I'm here, I believe, also with other colleagues from the Commission, at least my colleague Maria Cristina Macadreu, who also works on the Smart Villages file. I think it's nice to meet on this occasion today, even as you probably also have been exchanging among yourselves. These are a bit dark and difficult times with war in Europe and everything that's happening now on European soil. But in any case, it's just makes it so much happier and nicer to meet, despite the fact that we all have these things in the back of our head of what's going around. So I'm here to just give a small, and it will be very brief, presentation on some of the things that happen at the EU level in relation to smart villages. First, I want to mention another project that will follow the Smart Rural 21. I'm pretty sure many of you already know about it. I'm not going to say much, but you know the Smart Rural 21 is a so-called preparatory action on smart rural areas in the 21st century, and it is being followed up by another project who basically is to complement this one. For this one, it's also E40 and IDINA who are leading the project with some other partners. So in that sense, it can in many ways be a continuation of the things that we're doing currently under Smart Rural 21. The Smart Rural 27 will be focused a bit more on the policy side, on the possibilities for member states to support smart villages through the common agricultural policy, but also other EU policies, and notably cohesion policies, so the regional policy and social policy. And then, of course, further on sharing good practice. I cannot talk about smart villages today also without mentioning a fairly new Commission initiative, which is the EU's long-term vision for EU's rural areas. It was a Commission communication issued by the Commissioner for Agriculture, Mr. Wojciechowski, the Commissioner for Regional Policy, Madam Ferreira, and also the Commission Vice President, Madam Suica. You might have heard of it. If not, I really encourage you to check out. I put the link here, but also if you Google long-term vision for rural areas, I'm sure you will go to find the right information if you haven't heard about it here. So what is it? Well, it's basically, as the title says, a long-term vision for EU's rural areas, and it's centered around the four main titles you see here. So basically, to make sure that EU's rural areas will become stronger, more connected, more prosperous, and more resilient. So under stronger, you see the focus on empowering communities, access to better local services, and social innovation. Connected is, of course, very important. So on the whole digital side of things, that is also important on the smart villages, but also transport links and new mobilities. More prosperous rural areas, which is needed many places around Europe. So where the focus is on diversification of economic activities and also more sustainable food production. And under the title Resilient Rural Areas, focuses obviously on the main challenges that we face today, climate change and also environmental pressures that needs to be dealt with, but of course also social resilience. So I think the long-term vision for rural areas is pretty spot on also on many of the things that we have been working on already for years under the Smart Villages header. So to say a few words a little bit more on how smart villages fit within this rural vision. Well, obviously, it's very important to build on the experience we already have from smart villages, but also from the leader and community-led local development approaches that we already know for some years. So on the experience already gained, and here I would also notably mention the stakeholder engagement where we have, because we see around Europe today that LEADER together with smart villages have really activated a lot of local stakeholders around Europe and have really adopted these approaches as their own. And I think that's really a strength of the smart villages approach also here and LEADER, where we see the importance of the participatory approach or the bottom-up approach in practice. So the importance of actually having local stakeholders on board, or not only on board, but also take local ownership of new solutions, of various forms of support that can be offered from the political level, which is really crucial to make sure that the solutions offered are actually taken up on the ground and will have a sustainable impact for the local communities. So I think really what we see now also with the participant villages on the Smart World 21, you really showcase some of the best examples of good practice in terms of participatory approach. And I think also in particular, Torup is a really good example showing how you build up community resilience and this local ownership of what you do and how that shows an impact. Here, I would also like to mention the importance of networking in general and basically what you have been doing these days and well today. So the importance of exchanging good practice and experience with each other, of course, among the participant villages here in the Smart World 21, but also much wider is, of course, the idea that many more communities around Europe can get inspired by what you are doing for themselves to take action. So coming back to the long-term vision for rural areas, I just want to mention a few more details of well, some of the points or some of the actions planned that are most relevant for also smart villages. Under it, there's a huge action plan with the long-term vision. Of course, it should not only be like a big, fluffy, nice word. That's not going to take us anywhere. So one of the main flagships is a rural revitalization platform, where the idea basically is to have a one-stop shop for rural communities to share information and best practices, and yeah, and of course also different EU support options. There's also a flagship on research and innovation for rural communities, where researchers and different stakeholders also can get together to explore innovation that could be relevant also in rural communities. As among other things, this concept of start-up villages, which is a little bit more business oriented, but also really focused on innovation in rural areas. Then there's another action on enhanced networking for LEADER CLLD and smart villages. So clearly the long-term vision wishes to really adopt smart villages and LEADER also and take up the experience we have so far, because we are obviously not starting from scratch. And if you look around through the actions happening, you will find many other things where I think smart villages fit in very well. There's a rural pact that was already launched this December with a conference to follow, where basically stakeholders have been invited to engage in this rural pact via a commitment to the shared goals of the vision. And then there are several actions on connectivity, mobility, energy, environment, climate, education, youth, gender equality, entrepreneurship, social inclusion, which might fit different smart villages depending on which areas you are already working on, or maybe some of the area you would like to explore more. Another thing I want to mention is the toolkit on combination of EU funds for the revitalization of rural areas. So to make more accessible, of course, the EU funds available that will also be relevant for smart villages. Of course, a word on funding. So this will be a little bit of name dropping, but just so you are aware, right now, the huge EU recovery plan for Europe post-COVID-19 pandemic has already started around Europe. I just want to mention because there's a lot of money in it, and hopefully rural areas they should really also benefit from these funds to make sure that we get past the crisis following the pandemic, and also get in the right direction for the green and digital transitions. Right now, also, the preparation of the CAP strategic plans for 23 to 27 is happening. So the discussions between the European Commission and the member states. So now the future support options are starting to crystallize, but of course we're not there yet. But here I would just like also you to participate in the future CAP networks, which will follow the current rural networks that we have, where it will equally be important for stakeholders to involve to make sure that the support options that are there will also lead to successful implementation of projects on the ground for the benefit of agriculture, but also rural areas, of course. I'd also just like to mention here the cohesion policy programs, so regional policy and the social policy. It's also happening now. I don't know so much about that, but it's also happening now. And also the research program for Europe Horizon Europe is also starting off, and here also there are some options where researchers and others can get together to work on innovation and community action in rural areas. So those were my little helicopter tour around. I just want to thank you again for your engagement in this project. Even if in these times we did not have many chances to meet, hopefully that's coming now and will already be better. And I'm happy that this meeting could finally take place physically, but I just want to thank you and encourage you to keep sharing and exchanging. And also have in mind to do that in the future. You might think you're doing quite well where you are, but remember that other communities might benefit from what you're doing by hearing about it. And you might also find new inspiration yourselves by engaging also in these activities all across Europe. So thank you very much and enjoy the discussions today.
Thanks a lot, Stefan. I'm not checking Slido. I saw a very good question, but it was not specifically for Stefan, but it's something we want to really cover today. So if you like that question, please like it. But those who are online, and you might be a bit of delayed compared to our timing, you can of course ask questions to Stefan as well, and my colleagues. There are two questions. Is any of them addressed to Stefan directly or? Not so much. Let's see. Anyone in the room who wants to ask something about any of the initiatives at the European level and how Smart Village is progressing? Any questions here? Yes, Aris, come and sit here.
Hi. Strange. Strange feeling, actually. I have a question particularly about Smart Village. So support for Smart Village, is it still actual, this initiatives that this will be supported via leader strategies? And what is current status of all this process?
Well, thank you for the question. Well, the very short answer to the question is probably to say it depends. At least under the Common Agricultural Policy, you know, we work in shared management, which means that member states are really important here and very decisive in terms of how different initiatives and objectives should be supported. But I think it's quite clear to say already upfront that probably in many cases, I think LEADER will be probably in many cases one of the most relevant, let's call it a vehicle to support the Smart Villages ambition. But we don't say that's the only way to do it, because the implementation of LEADER varies across member states, and in some areas, and I know in particular in Denmark, also the local action groups cover quite big areas. So it could also be relevant to offer other kinds of support outside LEADER, also because, you know, obviously the funds available for LEADER in most member states are quite limited. So it's difficult at the EU-wide level to say how smart villages will be supported by a leader, but I know that at least some member states work in that direction and want to do that. But for sure, I think also in the future, since smart villages concept is not monopolized, I mean, local action groups around Europe can themselves decide also to be inspired by the smart villages approach and base their local development strategy also on the smart villages approach. So it was not a very concrete answer, sorry about that, but at least I think indeed we can say LEADER is still very relevant also to support smart village strategies.
Okay, I give a floor in a second to Pavel. Just to read, there is one question which I think we can firmly say yes, will CAP networks in future replace the NRNs, so the national rural networks? And the answer is yes, but maybe you can say a bit more about the timing. Stefan, do you know when the CAP networks will be selected in the member states?
I don't know exactly when that would happen. When that would happen, to be honest. But the thing is, the Common Agricultural Policy has been delayed by 2 years. So the CAP strategic plans, which are also replacing the current rural development programs, will be in place only of 2023. And then I think it will also vary a little bit across member states when the new CAP networks will take over. But in any case, I think they should ensure a rather smooth transition, because the current rural networks, the national rural networks, can indeed also participate in activities that really relate more to the future. So in that sense, I think most member states would be able to ensure more or less of a smooth transition.
Okay, I give the floor to Pavel.
Stefan, good morning.
Good morning.
Paweł Przeczydowicz from the Polish Rural Network. You mentioned yourself that the 3 Commission services are involved in the long-term vision for rural Europe. The Smart Village Initiative also requires all sorts of different administrations to become involved. What does the Commission plan to do to ensure that at national level you get out of the ministries of agriculture where these initiatives are known and ensure greater involvement of other services, of other funding sources?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's very relevant, but nonetheless also a very difficult one, because I mean, obviously the Commission services cannot tell the member states how to organize themselves. But what we do under the Common Agricultural Policy, and actually also under the cohesion policy, you know, we have the partnership principle. So I know that's not directly what you're asking for, because you're asking about the government services, but nevertheless, the fact that on the agricultural policy, the member state is required to consult widely, and not only agricultural organizations or anything like that, but also environmental NGOs, stakeholders involved in the climate debates, and all relevant for that only really means that like that you will be forced to talk to stakeholders who are already a little bit outside the agricultural bubble, but of course at the same time it's crucial, of course, that particular ministries of environment and climate and even other are also involved, because indeed the funding of the CAP goes much wider than that. Yeah, I don't think I have a real clear and very precise answer to what we can do. But of course, in the dialogues with the member states, we always try to ensure that they do it. But in any case, also they are forced to do so. So what we see now also in the negotiations with the member states, that we see, of course, also the other ministries are indeed involved in the different parts of the CAP strategic plans that are relevant for them. But of course, I agree also it can probably be better, and with great variation across member states as well.
Are there any more questions in the room, or shall we move on? to the next. Stefan, thanks a lot. And we didn't see any specific questions online, just related to other things. So thanks for the presentation. Thanks for joining. And please try to follow us through the
Will.
YouTube. And
Yes.
we will be in touch.
Yes.
So thank you. And see you soon.
Yes. Have a nice day, everyone.
Project, or what we tried to do in this project over the past 2 years, in fact, or more now. So I will do a brief overview. It's not working. Okay. No pressure. It's so difficult to put this on, but I'll try. Maybe I. Okay, is it working, Paul? Is it working now? Yeah, okay, very good. So I repeat myself that anyway, it's the slide coming up. So what we'd like to do with this presentation is to tell a bit where we are in the project and what we've been trying to do over the past 2 years, essentially. So this is a graph, I think, an infographic that we developed at the very beginning, and I think you saw it many, many times now. So the different stages and how we started to work with the villages. In the center was the selection of villages, 21 European villages at the end, although it was meant to be 17, we selected extra villages as well, because there was a huge interest, over 700 applications. And what we've been doing, and I'm so glad that some of the villages who were tagged come along, because we started to encourage the villages to come along with us, even if they don't get direct support. The support is anyway, unfortunately, this is a technical assistance project, so we cannot provide bigger investment type of support for villages. We can just support mostly the exchange and the events and the opportunities for the villages to exchange with each other. But in any case, there were many, like over 100 villages, almost 200 actually, I think closer, who started to follow us as come along villages, and some of them are sitting here because they were invited to this event, and whoever could come, they are here. So in fact, we are working with a much bigger number of villages. So what we were trying to do is to really, at the first place and throughout the project, to give some expert support, as we call it, although I know in Denmark they don't like this expression, expert support, so I don't know what to say, but some kind of support to realize a strategy, which was a requirement by the call, but we also believe in it, that it's very important to think in the long term, in a more holistic, integrated way, and think about what the village can achieve in 5 years' time or 10 years' time together with the community, and then identify those actions, be it digital or other, that helps this process. So this is what we were trying to do, and I zoom there into the picture. And with that, I would like to invite one of the villages from Romania, Remetea, which was one of the 21 villages selected. They have been working hard to develop a strategy. We didn't fully follow with the strategy implementation. There is some changes in that small village. They've got a big investment project happening, which we will hear more about. But I think it's a very interesting experience, and we are really happy that they are here and they can share their experience on that. So, Sidonia. Ezzel kellett felé, jó? Ja, ezt tudom. Ez a legrosszabb. Nem tudom, hogy kicsit ki kell. Ahogy nem fog menni. Ja, de jobb.
It's okay. Hello, I am Sidonia from Remetea in Romania. It's okay? Yeah. Yes. I would like to speak about Remetea in generally, and I would like to speak about our smart village strategy. Oh, sorry. Yes. Remete, located in the Manyas area of Giurgiu Basin in Harghita County, Romania, Remete is one of the largest villages in the region. According to the 2011 census, the population is 6,171, the large majority being ethnic Hungarians of Roman Catholic religion. The total surface area of the villages is 10,774 hectares. The traditional economy is based on agriculture, forestry, and handcrafts. The community has an entrepreneurial spirit, including service providers, a chocolate sweets factory, and an office furniture enterprise. Remete has always been an emitting village. The vast majority of men were initially engaged in rafting, the logging, and are currently engaged in construction at more distant construction sites in the country or abroad. We have identified the following 6 objectives in our strategy. We are doing our best to achieve our goals and incorporate them into our daily lives. I will briefly describe the current situation. First of all is preserving the local identity by creating a digital collection about the history of the local community. In progress at the moment is identification, collection about the collection and preservation of data and information related to the past and history of the community, description, photographs, newspaper articles, and that's all. The next one is development of smart local governments, e-governments, based on easy communication and interaction with citizens. In public administration, we are gradually moving to the use of different online platforms, for example, online registrator. We encourage people to submit their requests online and to pay taxes online. More and more people are taking advantages of this opportunity. The next one is improving living standards by implementing projects that have an impact on the quality of life that meet the needs of the population. We are making our public services smarter. The construction of the gas network in the village and the modernization of water and sewage network are currently ongoing. In the planning phase of this investment, we keep in mind the adaptation of a smart solution. The next one is improving the local educational system through modernization and digitalization of teaching activity. This year, we completed the modernization of our school and equip them with modern IT equipment. Currently, the focus is on developing the digital competencies of teachers and students through a variety of training courses. The next one is supporting the local economy and the agri-food sector. We also completed the construction of a producer market this year, but its commissioning is still in progress. There is also need to create a digital platform that can believe a link between farmers and buyers. And the last one is intelligent public safety. We further developed and expanded the existing surveillance camera network in the village for the safety of the people. Yes. Until now, the developments in the village have been public investments, construction of the water and sewage network, modernization of roads, construction and operation of various public services. However, three years ago, a group of Hungarian companies appeared, the owners of which come from our village originally. This group of companies is currently making the following investments in the village at the rapid pace. I list the investments in a chronological order. Sorry, the first one is the milk powder factory, which operated in the village from 1955 to 2010, was purchased, and they are currently in the process of restarting it. They will produce premium baby food using Danish technology. Exclusively, organic milk is collected from local and regional farmers. The second one is a private airport was built, and the primary goal is to transport their own workers and products. The third one is a lyophilization plant and cold store were built for the collection, lyophilization, and storage of forest fruits. The next one is a potato processing plant and storage house. Its purpose is to purchase and process potatoes from local producers. In this case, too, the potatoes will be collected from local and surrounding farmers in organic quality. The next one is a hotel and wellness center. Construction of a 5-star hotel and wellness center begin on the outskirts of the village, close to the forest. In this investment for touristic purpose. The investment listed so far have already begun, and the construction of the plant and storage facility is in progress. The next 3 investment plans have been completed, but the construction phase hasn't started yet. This will be villa buildings, ice rink, and high school. We are still estimating the impact of the aforementioned private investments on our village. With the help of a questionnaire survey, we wanted to assess the opinion and reception of the population. The questionnaire has now been completed, but has not been acquired due to the COVID pandemic. It will take place in May. What we already know, new jobs will be created in the village. We must strive to ensure that many local people as possible meet the requirements and have sufficient knowledge. The municipality organizes various trainings for farmers, for example. For the time being, we interpret that increased real estate price as a negative effect. The above mentioned group of investors bought a lot of land in the area, and as a result, property prices have increased incredibly. Our village is getting more and more attention. Some people look at us very with envy. Until now, we have lived our daily lives quietly as a village with no getaway car traffic, but we open to the sky with construction at the airport. Large farms and concentrating, and the backyard farms are shrinking. To counter this, we want to launch the producer market. We strive to provide a favorable infrastructural environment for job creating businesses. We see that these investments are happening at rapid pace and pose a constant challenge to the residents and management of the village. At the same pace, we need to find solutions that preserve the rural way of life. We are a village, and we will stay a village. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to seeing our village.
I won't put this on now, but can you hear me fine like this? Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, Sidonia. I think it's just to put it in a bit of a context, it's sometimes challenging these things because I think we talked about it a bit yesterday, like when bigger investments are happening or new people are moving and these bigger things which might change, of course, in a very different context in Torup, which we'll hear about. And I think this was a challenge working with Remetea as well, that they really feel, and I think they still feel, as Sidonia concluded, that it's a small village and they want to be a small village. But what happens when these bigger private investments come in? And I think it's such a critical question how you can address that, how it will change the identity of the village. Will it change the identity or will it remain just the same village? And I think these are the key questions that have been raised there. And we thought it's important to share because it was a challenge of the project as well. Like we didn't continue investing in the support action, but we, of course, they are the selected village still in Romania, because how far it's transferable to other areas, what do we have to learn from this process? So these are things we want to discuss with you today. And if you have any questions online, those who watch online, please keep asking and we'll maybe at the end come back to that. So thanks a lot once more. Moving on, and I will be very quick here again. One thing we wanted to do in the project, and you've seen that, and we were blogged for long to do the cross visits. They are picking up, and it's a good news for us because it was a key purpose what we are doing here today, that villages can exchange with each other. Just to say that we have some cross visits planned. It's mostly targeted at villages, so it's not so much for policymakers, LEGS, or maybe LEGS, yes, but not so much for ministry, NRN, and so on, those events, but villages to exchange with each other, and 6 of our villages volunteered to host a visit. If any of you here or listening online are interested, we are circulating information, and there will be smaller visits organized into other villages as well. We visited already Tomasin and Stanz through the other regional workshops. And of course, yesterday we were here in Torup and we had a warm welcome from the people here. And I want to take this opportunity to thank them so much for the great food, which was local food. The great work that Peter, Catalina, Sinja, and other colleagues, Lisbeth was accompanying us yesterday whole day, and many others. Jens, sorry, I cannot list all the people from Torup because they were very active. So thanks for all that support. We had a great day, and that's what we want to quickly highlight with Peter. And we took some photos. So Peter, you need to come here. I'm sorry. But to tell us a bit what we visited yesterday.
Yeah, this will be very brief. One of the examples, a local project here, restoring an old railway station and putting new activities into it, and also making space for new companies. Here, the headquarters of a Norwegian company and the headquarters of a United States-based company, a cider production, local food market, second-hand books, short store, and that sort of thing. The main thing, of course, is the train runs every half hour. One of the most exciting projects down there, also hosted in the station, is this bicycle project. One of our local enthusiasts, he loves bicycles, and he's crazy about bicycles, and it actually translates into alternative transport, and that's it. We visited one of the other local initiatives. This is the local mill. It's producing flour from local grain. And again, this is a joint venture. We're about 30 main investors down here, and it's taking place in his historical building, the Manor Farm from 1756. So that's what it was. The local continuation school initiative, which actually hosts about 120 students. And this is a continuation school for kids aged about 15. The 3 to the left there are the youngsters, and this is one of the initiators. I'm also on the picture because I was one of the initiators as well. But it's an interesting bottom-up approach, as is the next one, please, the kindergarten. These are basic facilities, meeting hall, kindergarten, school, those kinds of things, along with the train, of course. But this is the local, very popular, overpopulated kindergarten. We need to expand that one. Next, please. Yeah, and here we are. Where are we just now? Oh yeah, we're in the local jazz temple This is the old dairy, which is transformed into a concert hall. And we were also down under the co-op, which actually has an art gallery. All these are bottom-up approaches. They need a lot of voluntary work. There are at least 50 or 60 people in this village engaged in all kinds of voluntary work on committees and boards and stuff. And it really explains, you know, a lot of the activities here, that it's based on this kind of, if you like, free labor. Next, please. Yeah, even the new development of a village doctor has taken place here. Lots of these projects are supported by the local LAG, the local action group. And it's really interesting to see now, this is a counter experience. Most of the Danish system of the health system is being centralized, and we're going the other way here. We're actually paving the way for another approach to health systems. And this is so immensely popular that she's overpopulated. She has 1,700, I think it was, patients in a village of 356. So they must come from somewhere else. Heavily supported by her husband, by the way, and they have 6 children on top of that. Done that?
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Peter. And thanks once more for yesterday's great work. So we just wanted to give you a snapshot of the community engagement, and in fact that's one of the questions which we want to discuss, and it's a question on Slido. I saw how to engage the community, and that seems to be, the commenter Lucas is saying, one of the biggest problems in Poland, like how to engage the local people, and that's what we really want to discuss today and talk about it a lot today. So please keep asking your questions to the presentations, projects and so on, and we will try to answer them at the end. But quickly moving on, what we also try to do, and I encourage you, all of you, to please visit the Smart Solutions. They are not just, they are all about villages. They are all solutions implemented in a village context, but they are supposed to give inspiration. It's not the whole approach of the village, but always like one specific smart solution example, which we try to feature here. And one of the key ones, and I invite Alberto then, is the Adopt an Olive Tree, which is a very inspiring one, put up very early on online, and Alberto also is a Come Along Village representative, so up to you. It's with the button on.
Thank you very much for the warm reception to the Torup activators and the organization. I am Alberto from Molliete, Teruel. It's a northeast part in Spain, in a very depopulated area in Aragon, in the province of Teruel. Teruel exists, is our claim, no? We are just in this area, and we put in practice 8 years ago an environmental, social and rural development initiative for recover more than 100,000 olive trees between 100 and 1,000 years of ancient that are abandoned for we don't have people to continue with the agriculture and the taking care of the trees. This is our village. It's in a mountains area of Spain, and we have a big story. More than 2,000 years ago, the Iberians were in our territory, and they were working with the olive trees. We have a huge cultural and natural heritage ready to explore and exploit to take profit of our natural resources and our history, our patrimonial heritage. And we have spectacles like this. It's a San Pedro Chasm in Oliete. This is a big hole, in a natural hole, more than 100 meters, and a lake just on the base. And this is another reason to visit our village, no? But in fact, we are recovering more than 100,000 ancient olive trees in our natural heritage, no? We are keeping connections between good fathers, good mothers, good parents, and the olive trees, and they are the sponsors paying 50 euros per month, per year, sorry, in a social environmental project. And we are recovering with people with disabilities, people in social and labor exclusion, and we are trying to maintain with the project the service in the village. We are an example of the population of rural areas, no? We lost inhabitants, and we are now in 350, and the same losing in the taking care of the olive trees. And yeah, 8 years ago, we tried to put all the ideas in a cocktail: ideas, internet, natural resources, innovation, creativity, people, methodology, working with farmers, good fathers, sponsors, our cultural and natural heritage, our millennial story, and the opportunities that the technologies give to us to put in practice our project, adopt-an-olive-tree.org. And we have an enchantment, and we have connections with our natural resources, and people has an emotional connection. Put the name at the olive tree, can follow the process of recovering in the app, Mi Olivo, my olive tree. And we are trying to keep services and putting in practice smart solutions and as an engine of changing. And I think it's important to put in value real examples that are giving employment and solutions for these areas. We work with the experience for the good fathers. They are coming to the village, and we keep the emotional connection with these protectors, always adding value to the whole region. And more details, no? New technologies, urban and rural connection, land stewardship. It's important. We are the guardians of our territory, and we are adding value to the natural resources. And this is a circular economy, putting in value our natural resources, the biodiversity, working with people, with farmers, and generating revenues with the olive oil, with the supporters, companies, and the oil is the tangible part of this project. But taking the advantage of the smart solutions, no? The big data, the Internet of Things, precision agriculture, agro experience, the app, the QR code, the website, the newsletter, and our e-commerce for our excellence to sell. I was speaking with Peter before for bringing the olive oil here to Torup. And now the global benefit, 15,000 olive tree recovering, 7,000 sponsors in 28 countries around the world, 15 full-time workers, 60% rural women, and 7 part-time workers, hours with disability associations, and a lot of hours of computer development. And our 4 E's and S in Spain is sustainable, social, solidarity, and solar, because we are generating our own energy, and the healthy in Spanish is saludable, and it's 4 S. And what are we obtaining with this project? Recover the ancient olive trees, but generate a sustainable rural development model with triple bottom line: environment, social, and economic activity. And we want to create an export model to other areas, and now we are putting in practice our despertadores rurales, is alarm clocks to replicate the initiative to other initiatives. And if you want to be one of the new heroes of the change, see you in Teruel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alberto. I think it's a very inspiring example, and there are many more on the Smart Solutions database, so please keep checking those examples. And we are really happy that we have villages like Oljete here, because this shows that they will keep coming along, despite the fact that they didn't get direct support from the project. Of course, indirectly, since you are here, it shows that you got engaged. So we already made some part of the journey, and we are really just trying to give highlights to that. The other one is, which we keep uploading new things, but there is still quite some work to be done, is the different methodologies that villages use. And I think that's one of the key questions here today, like how to engage community at the different stages of the development, starting from the strategy development, through planning actions, through getting finances. And I think we saw a lot of good examples here in Torup as well of that. And we need to share maybe the methods as much as we can, although every village is unique, so it's very hard to share those lessons. I think through the research we will hear some of the lessons learned there. But I would like to give the floor to Vit to say, or to Ruth, I don't know, Vit, right? To say about the way they engage their community, and this will be also developed into a roadmap tool soon on our website. So Vit, please, a few words, explain this, which is more on the methodological aspect of developing solutions. I don't know how you need to switch with that, and then.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Hi. I'm supposed to give you some ideas about how to develop in a sustainable way an initiative. Point. Not more than that. I can tell you lots of stories about what is happening in our village. We do that through an organization called Tussenheid. And Tussenheid, you could translate it, it's hard to translate, something like when you have got a government, you also could say an in-betweenment. So we are in between society and the government, and we work together. It's cooperative, everybody's working, etc., etc. And we have done quite a lot of projects, and some of you know it, otherwise can find it, and there's happening a lot. But the essential of the story is this one. Yesterday we had a very nice story about history of sustainability. And for us, sustainability is something like that you always should combine space, the planet, economy, profit, and people, society. In any initiative, all those lines should be integrated. Well, we made it a little bit more difficult because when you take the silo space, planet, in that silo you've got social instruments, doing things with people, an educational group, a teacher, biology, etc. They work with people. And you've got physical instruments, architects, road makers, etc. So in the end, we divide 6 silos, 6 surroundings of people who know everything about their silo. Quite of them are quite autistic. We all talk about a government which is not functioning, but that has to do that people are completely involved in their work. Like here there is a school, the teachers know everything about their school. They know everything about the societal silo. So when we get an initiative, we always say to the initiator, look who you know in the 6 silos, in these 6 fields. Look in your agenda, look in your networks, social media, LinkedIn, and the hell what, and try to find people who like you. Just who like you. And who would like to support you from their silo, from the reference of that silo in supporting you with your idea. I'll give you an example. Again. This is the city of Tilburg. It's near our village. And we have, from our village, educated the city already quite a lot of times, but this is a quite funny example. This is a wasteland near the railway station, 10 hectares, in the middle of the city. It was there about 10 years. And two guys came to us, one of them chairman of a beach volleyball group. They wanted a bag of sand where they could play beach volleyball. And another guy came and he wanted an ecology city garden. What we did was the following. First, the local government had three ideas. Or we are going to build it completely with houses, or we make a huge sport center, a rich Chinese should come and invest and put there a lot of energy. Or the third idea was a big event center. And don't forget, there on the left side you see a lot of apartments. It's all older people living there. So that was the situation. And what we did was we looked through the model, and then those two guys started thinking, who do we know in the city? Which friends have we got in the city, in the 6 fields? And what do they think about? What should happen there? Goes too far to mention all of those things, but so you see, it's spatial people, economic people, and societal people. And they got involved. And there started a process of co-creation. And slowly, the local government moved in their ideas. And they thought, Jesus, here is something happening with a lot of support, societal support from entrepreneurial organizations, from the groups of people organizing the neighborhoods, etc., etc., etc. And then this is realized 8 years later. I was asked yesterday to do this presentation. I didn't have an actual photo. When you go to internet and you take in Spoorpark Tilburg, then you see thousands of movies, of pictures. It's one of the main Dutch initiatives about civil participation. But it all started with this. Get people from those 6 fields involved. Like with your olives, you could do the same. And I'm quite sure that when we have a talk, I can find holes in your story to make it stronger. Well, with Edina, she asked us to make a tool, and we have always almost fixed it in English also, and with movies, and but that's my contribution. Is that good?
Thanks a lot with, oops, sorry, is it working? Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot. Indeed, we are already working on this roadmap tool, and I know Torup has similar approaches, and we really would like to share it. Sometimes the methods, we find it harder to share than the individual smart solutions. So please come to us if your village knows how to engage, and we saw it here yesterday, and we see it in Hiva Rembek. and many other communities, because you are smart because of engaging people. Please share those with us. We really want to make this practical, so not just philosophical, what could be done, but demonstrate it through concrete tools and approaches. And this has been one example which we really want to share. So we really approach to the end of this first block, and also this kind of journey. We just wanted to highlight some of the spots for you, like what we've been trying to do with the villages, and really through their activity to share that knowledge, because that's the most we can do in this project, to share that knowledge. We are approaching, of course, this is, as I said, the 4th regional workshop in this project, and we will have a final conference, most likely in Spain in September. That's when we are closing the project with a bit of an extension. So on this occasion, I would like to already thank all the villages who came and followed and supported this project, and hope you got a bit of support through the project to realize smart strategies and actions. And of course, a lot of experience has been learned, which will be shared. I will come back to that at the very end. Now, just to conclude this session, I know there has been one question on Slido to the Romanian colleagues. There was a bit of a feeling that some of it might be a bit top-down in your village. I think it's a question of way of presentation. It's not always easy. I find it stressful to stand in this circle and present. But Sidonia, do you want to come here and say a few words about that, to react to that comment? Because we want to react to comments, yeah?
Yes. I think that for me and for us, for our village, is a good question. We have more active and passive people, and I think that this is not new. We have a good practice now, because we prepare the development strategy of the next period, and we involve the people and companies for the preparation process of this strategy. And we organize a focus conversation with people and with companies, and we buzz questionnaire surveys, and we based on this result our strategy. And what I said, this private investment, we prepare another sociological survey because we are curious about people's opinions. Sorry, and I think that's all.
Thanks a lot. And it has to be said, I think, that it's not so, and I think all of you know, it's, yeah, please. You need to speak, come here and speak so that others hear. And 2 minutes, we are fine.
Very short, just a follow-up question. Who are we in your when you're telling us about what happened? Yeah, is we citizens? Is that the municipality, or who are the we? We would like to. We are curious. You were telling us.
Maybe I answered that very quickly, because I think unless you want, Sidonia. Okay, just not to put you under too more pressure. So I think in the process of this, we've been mostly in touch with the mayor, who is actually, you need to watch the film about the mayor and his personality. It's very interesting on our website, SmartRoll21, and then you go to Remetea, which shows his commitment. And I think he's working with a group of young people. So correct me if it's not true, but he's really gathering those who can initiate this project and engaging the community. I think it's sometimes more challenging, but if you listen to their approach, you will feel that they are really trying hard. And I think it's not always easy in these villages to engage the people. That's the comment we got. And that's often in Eastern European countries, actually, where the villages get depopulated and so on. But correct me if it's not right. But talk to Sidonia maybe in the coffee break, because we are having a coffee break. Peter reminded me we are a bit over time. We are a couple of minutes over time. So we stop here for a bit, have a coffee also, those who follow online, and we see each other at 11 here. Thank you very much for all the villages.
welcome back. There we go. Does this actually work? Yes. Welcome back to this second session today. What we tried to do in the next few minutes here is actually to wrap different topics into one bundle, as it were. So we'll start off and finish with research in rural matters. And we've invited two experts who have looked into Torup in particular to highlight those issues. What do we know from a research base about the development of rural areas, the inclusion of people in decision-making process, how to make, development actually sustainable, all those kinds of issues. And then in between, we have two small concrete examples which are more local. So we'll start off with one, which is you, Susanne. Susanne Rud is actually engaged in a consultancy company called Bach Consultants, and also forming the secretariat of one of the larger funds in Denmark called Realdania. They give out about 2 million Danish kroner to local projects. And I'm so lucky to be one of the guys who actually give these money away with the good help of Susanne. But you've also done research in what do we know about sustainable communities and the sort of characteristics about sustainability in local rural development. And you've learned some learnings from Torup because you've actually looked into this. So this is the first example of research based on the ideas of Torup, but also with a view to recommendations. So look forward to a few recommendations, and welcome to you, Susanne. You will need to be hooked up here. And this is your little patch.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
I'll make sure.
Yeah.
Do I need a slide show? Oh, yes. See, then I need to put this on. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the nice presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to share some of our findings in this case analysis that I'm gonna talk to you about. I will dive slightly. I will tell you about the project. I will tell you about some of the learnings that we made from the 6 cases, and then I will tell you about what we learned specifically from Torup. Yes. I also want to say that my background is as an anthropologist, and I'm very, very into searching out the relation between the rural areas and the cities. That is really where I find my interest, and just to set the setting why I'm here and why I think I can contribute is that in this relationship between, they exist so much together in this relationship, the city and the rural areas. And I see that environmental, this whole development or this whole journey that we are on to try and lower our carbon emissions, and as well the digitalization are two very important themes, especially in this relation between cities and rural areas. Let me get started. Okay, so you presented where I'm from. I'm from Bach Rådgivning. We do strategic development of buildings, of sites, and of larger areas. And we are both architects and anthropologists. And my thing is to say that it's always about the people, which also was one of the points from the Dutch case here. Excuse me for the slide. Something happened between the Mac and the PC. But we during 2021 we made a publication because we saw this growing. Okay, something's happening out there. These small societies, communities in the rural areas, they come up with interesting initiatives of trying to do something about this environmental situation that we're in. So we made 6 case studies of climate and initiative and environment initiatives in local communities. Oh, sorry. We looked into 6 initiatives. One in a Swedish initiative, Skattunbyn, where they have worked with self-sufficiency and sharing economy. We looked into Isle of Egg, where they worked with wind and water and sun energy system. We looked into Spjald, where they've worked with creating new energy sources via biogas. Nordenskov, who worked with climate adjustment systems, specifically around sewage systems. And then Dønt Skjelde Gammelgaard in southern Jutland, who have in many different ways worked with sustainability and environmental issues, especially mobility and sharing economy around food products. But what we came up with, this is the kind of the background idea of what we were looking at. It's in Danish, but it says sustainable strategic development. It builds on the social issue, the environmental issue, and the economical issue, as you know from Brundtland. But the idea is to look at, okay, what happens when the local communities use the environmental and climate issues as a motor to get this wheel circulating. So this was what we were looking at. So of course, what happens is that when they put a special focus on an environmental initiative, something happens in the community, and it creates circle and it benefits both economical and societal growth. So what we found when we looked at the 6 initiatives is the initiatives all built on place-specific local resources and potentials, like we've seen today with in Spain and in Holland. We also saw that they both save on resource consumption, and solve everyday practical challenges. They develop practice communities around the green initiatives. They were not all in happy agreement about the initiatives. A lot of struggles, a lot of discussion, a lot of issues, but they managed to do something together. That's what I mean about practice communities. You don't necessarily share the values and are best friends, but you actually come together and do something. And what we see that throughout the years, the community rises from the practical community to also a value community. They actually start liking each other and share the values. We also saw that they succeed when they establish close relations between municipalities and local community. That's very key to our research. Initiatives become test labs for both the local community and the administration, which was also an important learning. So what did we learn from Torup? Torup is really a Danish pioneer in sustainable community development and has been it since the last 30 years. And this, what you see is a tangible proof of that. They have worked holistically and continuously with an attention to the 4 dimensions of sustainability. They have a close relation to politicians and the administration in the municipality, and they sometimes challenge the current legislation. This is proves the point of this being also a test lab for the municipality. We talked to some of the guys at Halsnæs Kommune, and they were like, yeah, when they call, we are positively encouraged to keep to be enlightened on the matters of legislation because they call us and ask us and constantly challenge us. So so also within the administration, this has very positive outcomes. External funding has been key to the initiatives in Torup. And also the green brand that comes out of Torup affects local identity. It affects settlement, which you see with development of Hvideland. It affects business and tourism. Not all small communities have a spisehus like you've visited yesterday, and it's quite amazing actually when you look at how your successes. So I'm as a consultant, we always do recommendations, so we've done recommendations specifically for local communities and local authorities working together. What can they do? They should uncover the place-specific natural and human resources and potentials, like you did in Holland. Netherlands. Netherlands. Oh.
Very important, very.
Sorry, I'm a stupid Dane. Use local development plans to guide common direction. It is important to, okay, where do we want to go, and how do we work together around that? Define specific local goals. Establish green partnerships. Find out all the people who have who could have an interest in the green agenda, environmental agenda. Come together and do partnerships. Also search out inspiration and knowledge together. That's what we saw. That's what we've seen as one of the ways to come over conflict and disagreements. Go and look at other initiatives. Go into dialogue and see what you can use in your local context. What can local project groups and communities do by themselves? Promote the sense of ownership in broad spectrum local project groups. We looked into all these project groups who have been the initiatives, instigators of the green initiatives. They all managed to put together groups who, in certain ways reflected the variations and differences within the community. In that way, they were able to go from the good idea to the broad engagement of the community, because that's a very difficult point, a step to make in these initiatives. Focus on the sustainability of the everyday life. It's important that it's not just something we do to help our earth, which is very important, but it has to make sense in the everyday life. It has to solve a problem. It has to make something easier. Focus on the sustainable business case. It also has to make sense economically. It has to be sustainable in the long run. So we need to it has to make sense. Search for sustainable funding. We see that a lot of the environmental agenda is an agenda for everybody, and also for the funds, the EU, the national and the private funds. They all have this on top of their minds. So it's actually a momentum to go in and search out these funding possibilities. What can the professional local authorities do? So this is for the municipalities. Work interdisciplinarily between departments in the administration. We recommend them to get together. If there's a local initiative, have what we call star meeting. Get all the different departments that could have a say in this initiative. Get them together and start out together. Offer help with sustainable funding and grants. Torup has been very, very good at writing all these applications, but this is not something that is easy. It's not something for everybody. So this is something that municipalities can help with. Appoint a municipal coordinator of sustainability, and make the appeal to live sustainable as a part of the strategies for settlement and branding. Yes, I need to stop. But this is also, these were the recommendations from my side. We don't have time for questions.
Yeah, we love the recommendations. Thanks very much, Susanne. Yeah, Susanne stole a little bit of your time, Lisbeth, but you had a few things to say yesterday, so I'm sure you can keep it within 5 minutes. I'm trying to be the bad guy here. So Torup Fund, this is one of the vehicles for local sustainable development, and the example here is how do you create a fund and what do you use it for?
Yeah, we've been here for 30 years ago. A group of people came to Torup, bought a farm, and said, "Well, we are going to make an ecological part of the village." And after 30 years, the whole village is engaging in a lot of activities, and it's not a new ecological part of the village, it's a development in the whole village. So I'll go 2 up. 2 up. Yeah. Then 5 years ago, the municipality came up with the idea. Thank you. Came up with the idea that this area had been such a success that we should expand. They would like to have more inhabitants in this area because people came here with energy and resources, and so they thought that we could make a duplicate of the eco village. We could take an area up here. You see, very important. Here goes the railway trail. They wanted to put an extension of the village on the other side of the railway. And in Torup, we found that a very bad idea. We thought it couldn't get together. So we decided to take things in our own hand. And we then found out how to do that. I didn't do that, right? There we go. So instead of expanding north of the railway trail, we found a farm on the south side of the village and found out that would be a more natural way of expanding the village. And that's going on now. We have just seen the first houses built there, and the way we did it, I'm trying. We said we have to find means to buy the farm, and then the village of Torup was now so working together that it took us 5 weeks to collect the amount of money needed for constructing a fund which could buy the farm and the land with it, some of the land with it. So the village, after 30 years, was not a small ecological part, and then the old village, it was a collective of persons wanting to do something together. And as Susanne was telling us, the environmental issue has been a very important part all through the years. So that was the funding. 5 minutes?
Yeah, I hate to rush Lisbeth. I know it's not your thing. Of course, what we've been doing here over the years is also reflected in the Smart Rural 21 project. And there is a link between the two, which you will try to explain, Kirsten, because you're the national coordinator, not expert. No, we don't have experts around here. We're all experts, aren't we? Yeah, but you've actually followed this from an outsider's perspective, but you are so experienced in rural development, so you've probably seen a few things going on here.
Well, let's see. But yeah, that's right. It's from an outside perspective. I'm not a Torupian. I'm from an outside. I can't do this. Can you hear me? Nope. Oh. It's okay? Okay. Sorry. Yes, the purpose of the SR project is actually, the SR21 project, is to assist and inspire when it comes to relation to develop and implement. I'll get dressed here. Thanks. The approach to Smart Village and the strategies. And yes, as Peter just said, I will try to, there's no slide for me, yeah? So it is as an outsider, and I've tried to see how has Torup and how has the project contributed to this cooperation. And I think you have heard from Susanne as well that Torup is a very inspirational place. I mean, and through this project, they for sure have inspired many villages as well. And what, as you had mentioned as well, Susanne, is how is this done? Sustainability. Their sustainability is not something that they came up with when the rest of us discovered this buzzword. They've done it for a long time, 30 years. And they've added also this fourth leg of not just environmental and economic and social, but also the culture part of it, which is very important also for Torup. So that has definitely been an inspiration. But then also something that you heard about yesterday and today, and also at previous cafes we've had, and even the academic, is the participation, this way of actually having people to participate in the development here in Torup. And you can have all the participants, but if they're going to be there and all going to decide something, more than 7, nothing will happen. So you have to have somebody taking the lead, put things in action. And I don't think anybody here is in any doubt of who is the leader here in Torup. He's just over there, Peter. But there are other people. We've seen Lisbeth, and we know there are other people, because it won't be possible for 1 or 2 or 3 to do everything that happened here in Torup. So there are other people. And we see them, and I think Anne will also talk about this later. So actually it's good to know that whatever you've seen from these consultants, and maybe also what you've seen from a research point of view, is that this is also what we see when we observe, when we go in. So the triangulation is okay. So how do you, I think somebody asked, how do you actually find your volunteers? And how do you make them pay? What happens? And I think from my point of view, living in a village, is that it's an investment. And I think you said some of it also, Susanna, that you are investing in your life, your everyday life. And the outcome is a better life for you and your family every day. So that's how we try to make sure that people invest in this. And the investment could be ideas or stuff, your competences or money. I mean, whatever, it's still an investment. So I think that's a lot of inspiration here from Torup to other villages. And then, of course, they're active. I mean, typical, they won't just sit back and wait until somebody come and help them. They will do something, and they're not afraid of taking alternative routes. So that also make them innovative. And Heino will speak more about one of the innovations, the Tool and Talent app, which they tried in this project to do. And that's also inspiration. So yes, Torup has been an inspiration, but what have they gained from this project? This is all what they've given us. So I think the most important outcome for Torup from this project is the Smart Village strategy. And this document, this strategy is stating where you want to go, which can be changed. I mean, it's not in stone, you can change that. But it's also stating where you are at. What is your strength? What is your assets? And part of that is your culture, your tradition. And that is so important that that is visible. It's this, that you are willing to help, that your tradition is to help, that you're open to ideas, that you are sustainable, of course. And this asset you should cherish, and I think you do, but you might also need to defend it. And due to that, it's good that it's now in a document. So especially in time where you are looking into maybe doubling the number of inhabitants, because they might have other values than the ones you have. So make sure you stick to your culture and keep that going. And I really hope that this strategy will help you. I wish you all the best with it, and I'm looking forward to follow. And I hope you will still inspire a lot of villages, but again, as your recommendation was, maybe also authorities about how things can be done, how dialogue should be, and not just talk, but also do something together. Thank you. Oops, sorry. There you are.
was hoping for us to do something, which we will do. Thanks very much. We have two current projects. One is to decentralize care for the elderly, and we're in a discussion with the municipality about that. They hate the idea, but never mind. And we're also certainly contemplating to apply to be what's called a free village, new Danish legislation, which means less, if you like, strict guidelines of all kinds of things. So we're heavily into that. So yes, there will be other initiatives. And thanks very much for your loving and caring word. That was very nice to hear from an outsider's perspective. We will dive into a concrete SR21 related project. And Heino, we have your good help to do that, because we've actually developed an app which is called Tools and Talents. This is an app that actually goes heavily into sustainability issues. It's about sharing resources, not just tools, but also competences and talents. And you will try to not be so technical, but try to see some of the perspectives in this, Heino. And we're so happy that you're our expert, because you live this as well. You live in a village. You're one of these. You're one of us. You understand what we say when we make mistakes. You're not cross with us, and it's very nice. So Heino, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. But remember, I'm not an expert. No. Thank you. And I'm very humble in the line of speakers, because usually I'll not talk much, but listen most. So I'll try to do this fast, but I'll try to enlighten you in what I have experienced in this process with Torup. Torup called me because I'm co-founder of a Danish platform for rural areas called Min Landsby, My Village, a social media for villages where we can share news and events and carpooling, and also show a map with all the places to visit in the village. And kind of the sustainability thought, Jens and Peter called me and talked about their idea of sharing things and talents. And the idea was to create this platform, this app. And this is what we created until now. Oh, I was too fast. We created a platform so they can try it out. But what I would like to share with you is the first thing I asked them when they called is why. Why do we want to create this digital platform? I ask always when people they would like to create a digital platform, I ask about the 3 Fs. The 3 Fs, is this for friends, fools, or family? Or is it for more than just these 3? And Jens and Peter and the people in Torup convinced me that this platform was not only for friends, fools, and families. So we discussed how to build this, or should we not build this. So we agreed on try to build this platform, but if we should do it, we should make a plan for building this. And if we should build it, we should do it very simple and very cheap, so we could test something out. So we agreed on fail fast and fail fast again and again. So I created a plan with them, a timeline where we should choose which platform should we develop this in. We tried to make this description of the plan with all these things this platform should be able to do, and how should we develop this, and who should develop this platform. who should create this content which should be in the platform, because there's two things in this. There's the tool things. Torup has always some thoughts and ideas with making this Greibbank with all their tools they can share with each other. But the other thoughts was making this overview of talents in Torup. Who can help me build my house, and who can help me play the piano, and all these things. And especially because they are expanding all the newcomers and citizens in Torup, then they need to have an overview of who has the talents in Torup. So there was a lot of things that we should try, and what was very important in this was that we kind of created a circle in develop, test and analyze it, and then build again. Fail and then build again. And the thing that we discussed was one simple way of testing this thing was just to take the mobile phone and record how people use this platform, and try to see how they are. No, I forgot one thing. When they use this platform, they have to think loud. They have to say, now I'm trying to find this. I'm pressing at this button, but I don't know why is this button placed here, and all these sorts of things. And record this, because that's very important data to know when you have to fail and build again. Yes, and we agreed on we cannot only just build this and then launch it and then we are finished. No, there's a lot of course, failures, I say it again, but there's also a lot of launches. So it's not that you think that you can create a platform, launch it, and then you're done. No, you can make a lot of launches. If you think of all the digital platforms that you know, do you know that because they launched one time? No, you just know it because you know someone else who talked about this platform and all these things. Yeah. So we made a lot of fails, and we are not finished failing yet, but we continue, and we are happy failing. But what we have learned in this, what I've learned in this, maybe it's very provoking, but if you ask a developer to cross the street to get a cup of coffee, he'll be run over by a bus. Of course, it's very provoking, but my meaning with this is that if you just ask for something to be developed, you will not develop anything else. It's very important that you think about all these things, or your developer will be run over by a bus. No, of course, but you'll fail. You'll lose a lot of money. You'll lose a lot of time, and we have learned that in this project in Torup. But we're not finished yet. We need a lot of fails and a lot of launches. So I hope you will follow the project Ting og Talenter in Danish. Yeah, that was my short speak, Peter. Okay.
An interesting comment to the idea of smart solutions, because this is more like smart work in progress. So that's what we're doing here, and we're certainly not finished with it. So thanks very much, Heine, for taking us on this ride. We will leave the practicalities and the local solutions just now and go back full circle to some more research work. Again, with taking the departure from Torup, but certainly putting this in a bigger context. This is Copenhagen University. You and your colleague Martin were here. You talked to people, you had questionnaires, there were lots of things going on. And you had an interesting hypothesis when you started out here, was that the local life, especially the life around voluntary work, was concentrated on a few people, and also that there were probably not a lot of links between the eco-village part and the rest of Torup. So it was interesting as starting out with a hypothesis. I wonder what happened to your hypothesis after that. Over to you.
Yeah. Here? Is it fine? Okay. Hello, I'm Anna, and thank you very much for inviting me to come here and share some of the understandings which we got by looking into what Torup is and what Torup does. And as Peter is saying, I'm Anna, and my colleague Martin was very much part of this here. And then we also had two student helpers with us, Christopher and Matthias, and they were the ones doing the hard work, talking to people, like making all the surveys and so on. But Martin and I, we were of course also parts of it very much, doing workshops and so on. But let's have a look at it here. Do I press here somewhere or? Okay, so first slide, please.
The clicker is over here.
The clicker is over here. Okay, so I'd be able to use this one here, perhaps. Yeah, okay. So as said, starting out, what did we set out to understand? We'd like to see what were the important characteristics of Torup. And as Peter was saying, potentially there was a difference between the eco-village and the rest of the village. And here throughout I'll be calling it Torup in brackets, or in these small sayings, instead of saying the rest. But we would like to see if there was any difference between these here, both in the characteristics, but also in who were involved and so on. And we would like to have a look at what are the key elements facilitating what we'd call the success here. And we also wanted to give a critical view at the future, recommendation-like. But we are at the university, so normally we would not call it recommendations, would call it suggestions, or we would call it think about. So, and because I'm from the university, I also want to share with you a bit of what the theoretical approach we had. We were very much looking into this about the endogenous drivers of development, but also exogenous drivers, and a focus on social capital and a bit on economic capital, but very much on the social capital. And as I presume quite a lot of you know, we talk about bridging, binding, and linking social capital here. So what did we do? Yes, we went out there. Household interviews, as said, asking why are you here, how long have you been here, what are you doing, what do you know about activities in the area, how are you involved, how do you use the activities, and so on. Then we also did a survey at the Torup market as an example, you could say, of a lot of the activities which are going on here, as Peter has also showed to you when you were out yesterday. So here we made very short survey like why you're here, how often will you come here, where do you live? Do you live in Torup, or are you living somewhere else, coming here to have a look at it? Then we had some focus group interviews and workshops here in Torup with people living here, asking about what is important for the development here. Why do you think the development is as it is today? And then we have had also a short round looking at the surroundings, and there was a combination of looking into the national and local media. What did they say about Torup? And also talking to people in the local area here, going to Frederiksværk, Frederikssund, and these small towns around here, asking, do you know of Torup? And if you know of Torup, do you use any of the activities there? And if you know of Torup, what do you think of Torup? So this was what we did. And I can, of course, not go into very much details with all what we found out, but I'll give you a short brief here. So related to the households and the networks and the activities, when were they settled? When these people were settled, and I may also say that, as you can see, we talked to 73 persons, and we know that in Torup lives about 250 persons, but you could say these 73 persons actually represent more than 73 persons because they are households. But at least what we also said, we tried to go for both people in the eco-village and in the rest of Torup, so to see if there are any differences here. And we could see that people had been living here for approximately 15 years, but there are also long-time residents here, especially in the rest of Torup. Not so much in the eco-village, you would know, of course, because it's from, it was settled here in 1990. So, of course, it cannot be very long residents here. Then we have the social network. We were asking them, do you meet others privately here in Torup? And we saw that 90% did actually meet people privately in Torup. And here Torup set as could be Torup or the eco-village. And there was a bit of a bias, not a big, but towards people in your own part of town. And here it is related to the hypothesis of are they engaging only with the ones in the eco-village, the ones living there, or if you're living in the rest of Torup, are you only engaging with people in the rest of Torup? There's a bit of bias, but not a very large one. Then we looked into the participation in all these local activities, as Peter was telling you about yesterday and also a bit today. And we saw that nearly everyone knew of all the activities. We had the list saying, do you know of the market? Do you know of the gallery? Do you know of the diary? Do you know of the book village? And so on. Just about everyone did. And there was a bit, again, bias towards not that many people knowing all the activities when you were living in the rest of Torup. But again, just a tiny bit of bias. Then we asked, have you participated in any of these activities? One thing is knowing them, but did you actually participate in them? And there was nearly, again, everyone said, yes, we've participated in one or the other. And again, some bias towards more eco-village people participating, but not a very large one, really. And the last here about the survey, we asked how many, or are you volunteering in any of these activities? And we saw that approximately 60% of the people we talked to said, yes, we do volunteer in one or more of these activities. Most just in one, so focusing on one activity, but there was actually quite a lot also focusing on more activities. Related to the use of services, we were also looking into who are actually using the school, who are using the shop, who are these people. And if we looked at the school and the daycare, there was some bias towards the eco-village people. They were the ones mostly using this. May also be related to the age, but there was a bit of bias, as you can see here. Then the local shopping. About 40% of the people we asked said they did actually do local shopping, that is in the local shops here, every day or at a weekly basis. And it seems as if the eco-village, they were more saying at a daily basis, whereas the rest of Torup, it might not be daily, but weekly at least. And then we just looked into a bit of other services also, and it seems as if there was, again, some bias towards the eco-villages using these other services. Then we asked, why do you live in Torup? And I have tried to gather it. Here you can see for the Danes, or the ones being able to read Danish, you can see what they said. But just the overall groups, there was some living here because of environmental concerns. There was some living here because of the local, and I've said social environment in brackets, because some also said it's nice, the nice nature or something the like here. And then we also had people saying, I live here because I don't want to live in Copenhagen. So a push away from the big city. They wanted, that's why they came here. Then, as an example of one of the activities here, we made the survey at the market. And what we saw was that about 50-50 concerning who was there, tourists or local. And I've said tourists in this way because tourists can be people who are really just here for the day and having a look. But it was also people living in the summer houses quite nearby, coming here more than once. Because it was also about 50-50 one-timers, and the other half actually said, we come here 2-3 times a year. And why? Well, it's a combination of this local and organic produce, but also being part of this social event, which the market is. Related to the surroundings, again, it will be very brief, but what we heard when we talked to these people in the survey, they said very many had actually heard of and visited Torup. It was very much the market which they knew of and had visited also, and also the cafe in the eco-village. But quite some had also heard of other activities. And when we asked them to describe Torup, we had quite a lot focused on the eco-village, and this about the sustainability and so on. But also when we said, how do you see Torup? We had people saying, well, it's small, it's old-fashioned, kind of something I drive through. But others said interesting, fascinating, and so on. So we had both sides when we asked them. When we looked to the media, we could see that the national media, they very much focused on the eco-village. There was, I think, 1 or 2 mentionings which were not about the eco-village. But when we go to the local media, we could see, we were looking at a 15 years period, and we could see it kind of changed from being very much about this eco-village, and now a day it's much more about Torup. They are not, when you write in the media, it's not about the eco-village doing so and so, it's about Torup wanting to or whatever. And it was both on activities, but also on initiatives. What would we like it to do? And we have had these comments to the municipality and so on. So you can say, in a sense, winding up, I would like to tell you how I see the overall potentials here in Torup. And here Torup is the whole village, I would say. And I've divided it in kind of 3 overall headings here. So one is the organization. And here you have heard of this, the Torup Ting. So we see this long-lasting local democracy as an important organization here, as I see it. And also, this organization makes it possible to stand as a unity towards or in engaging with the outside world. Then I also see a positive thing, which is that it's a relatively small village. And we had a lot of people saying, well, we all know each other, it's easy to get to know everyone, so you have a good overview of this what is going on. And then we saw a very strong, both formal and informal network. We have the Facebook group, and now we'll have this Ting og Talenter, which is also, I see as a networking part here. Then there's a whole important thing about this culture which is facilitating, and which was, can't remember, was it Kirsten talking very much about this culture. And I also see this as an important thing here in Torup, that it seems as if there's very much a willingness to dialogue and also a willingness to compromise. In one of the workshops, we had people saying, well, I may not really think this idea is a good idea, but I'll come along anyway, and then we'll have to change it a bit, and then we can compromise and end up in a good project here. We also see a great willingness to contribute. That is money, but it's also front runners and also people following up. Yes, we'd like to contribute here. And this whole collaboration is also very important as we see it. We see that it seems as if the activities actually gets volume because of collaboration. So there's one activity, they are not like standalone activities, they are collaborating also. And cross-fertilizing each other, saying, well, we're doing this, well, we could like to do something else a bit the same, and discuss how can we do it. And then last but not least, I think it's important to say that there's also something from the outside here. Torup has a good location. If you have a look at it here, I don't know how much you know of Denmark and the area here, but we have Torup here, and all this are settlements. These are settlements, these are permanent settlements, these are summer houses. So there are a lot of people around here also to get into some of the activities here. And we have the public transport, the train, as Peter is also talking about. And we have I can call it being known. There's a brand here. And that also makes the possibility for getting hold of investments. So, in theoretical terms, what I see here is very much about social capital. You could say that's why I was setting out also. So, of course, I saw social capital here. But how did I see social capital? Well, I saw a village having a lot of bridging social capital. That is this willingness to dialogue and participate in activities across. We also see bonding social capital here. But you can say in the sense that when villagers here, they go together in this ting, the Torup Ting, they stand together and talk to the municipality or talk to investors or whatever. And that is a bit another way of talking about bonding social capital. I won't go more into that. Last but not least, related to the social capital, you have what we call linking social capital. That is all the good contacts out of the village. Good contacts to public authorities, good public to investors, to the media, being able to get the good contacts here. And then we have these, you can say, structural or exogenous factors, the favorable location, the infrastructure, but also a matter of being the one. And I've put it in this way, saying, well, it's being the one and the first. And I can't remember somebody saying, well, this is really the very first. I think it was you, perhaps, Susanne, saying this is one of the very first places in Denmark where this whole thing has been going on. And therefore, being the one and being the first, this brand, I think that also helps the activities here. There's a willingness from outside actors to invest, to come here, to discuss, to investigate, whatever. I think that's important also. So last, I would come with this critical view, which is not recommendations. It's more my reflections on what does the future bring and what do I think is important to think a bit of here. And perhaps it's also perhaps it's already part of your strategy. I don't know. I haven't read it, unfortunately. But first of all, you could say everything is fine and active here. Yes, but I think it's very important to take good care of this culture, because and this about the bridging and the bonding capital, really taking care of this good culture and also including newcomers. That is essential for it to stay fine and active here. Then there's a part on this capital which is invested, and also outsiders want to invest money here. And my question is, will this last? And this is a bit related to this part on being the one, being the first. And so it's very important to take care of these local linking social capitals. That is, keeping the good relations to the outsiders here also. Then you're talking about new people want to come here. Yes, we have Videland, another 150 persons coming in. And there, my question here is, could a village become too large? Because one of the important things here is that everyone knows everyone. And everyone likes to go across here. So in this part, it's very much about taking care of the local democracy, engagement, and the ownership. And I think this thing and talent is a part of this, because here you can be transparent about who is who, what is possible here for the newcomers. And I think it's very important to be able to bring in the newcomers. And the very last thing is about frontrunners, initiative takers, and operational staff. This, I think, is very important also, because I heard people at the workshop saying, sometimes you actually support the person more than the project. That's fine, no problem. But it is very important to make sure that you value all roles here. There are people who are frontrunners, and many of you have said, well, Peter's the one. Yes, he is, but there are a lot of other people around here. And it's very important to also bring them in and make sure that they keep the engagement and the ownership and be open to all these ideas. And arrange for a continuous takeover. Because, well, Peter, you'll not stay here for 30, 40, 50 years. So it's very important to you and all the others who are front runners here to really engage the new ones also. Okay?
I like these kinds of researchers. Thank you very much for your engagement and also for sharing this. Anna and her colleagues have actually been sharing this. We have these common meetings and common dinners and so on. And on occasions, we have these kinds of people, you know, researchers coming in and reflecting on what we're actually doing. And I really liked that we had an opportunity also to do that today, to reflect that, because quite often we're practitioners, we do things, we have projects. But reflecting about why and how, and also, if you like, the future about this, all these issues are really important. And it's very important, I think, for us also to communicate through this type of activity, which is research-based. So that's what we've been trying to do here in this particular part. So thanks to all of you, Susanne, yeah, all of you. We have some questions perhaps, and you're going to help us through that?
Thanks. Yes, indeed. Thanks for those who are still following us online. And there are a few questions. Of course, people can ask here. So any of the presentations, like just raise your hands and come here to ask. So if you have questions to the research side or the local side and the action supported by the Smart Torop project. But let's have a look at the questions here. Maybe we go, I think that's been up for a while and we are hoping to answer that, how to engage the local community. But Anita, if you can scroll a bit further down. I think there was a bunch of, there were some questions for Suzanne. So to start with that, where is the fun factor in bark, in the bark approach, Suzanne?
I'm not really sure what fun factor means. Is about the approach. Well, our approach was to do a case analysis to look at different cases and then see what came up when we looked at them together. I guess the question is about if we came up with if it had something some surprises, or if the research showed. Oh, the question mark. Oh, please. Yes.
You know, one of the incentives of the commitment, the sustainable commitment, is.
We will repeat it. We will.
I want that here.
Yes, please.
One of the incentive elements to assure a lasting commitment is if people feel happy doing that thing. And all the factors you mentioned were quite serious and quite, let's say, relevant. But I mean, do people really like to be working? And it's the same question that came up in the last presentation: the sustainability of people. Yeah. And so maybe you could go into that a bit. Thank you.
Well, maybe it slipped my. It's an overall research question was. How do these communities keep their sustainability, and how they keep people in and the village functions and services, and how do they keep people in the village and not move away to the city? And what we saw was after working with these initiatives. They all managed to have new services, new functions, and to have an influx of new people, especially in this case in Torup. So that goes to show that it is something that working sustainable with the commitment and the engagement and the taking the matters in your own hands is something that really creates identity and life quality. So I hope that now I understood your question. Yes. And the next one, Susanne, can you mention some national legislation that have been changed thanks to community in Torup? And it's a question that I would pass on to Peter, because I don't know of any national legislation that have changed, but these working as functioning as these small experimental test labs where we try to push the boundaries and test some new solutions. This, if there's a good relationship within the municipality, then this is something that goes up in the system and challenge policymakers. And what we saw in the Torup case is that it helps the administration to be up on their, what do you call it? To be alert and to know about the legislation, and then also taking these questions up further up into the national system. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Susan. Yeah.
Well, one comment to this concerning legislation, you could also see what we call local plans as legislation, and asking the municipality to change from this this new eco part being on the other side of the railway station and moving it towards Videland, where Videland is now done, I would see as a kind of change of the legislation, but at a local level.
Also, I know that a lot of the pushing borders and boundaries has been around building sustainably with materials, and the whole establishment of Videland has put many great questions up in the air. And should you have your own what's it called? Sewage system? Is that the best environmentally best solution, or is it not? And these questions are also going on the national level, and a lot of knowledge can actually inform the national level of because it's very present.
Thank you. Peter, do you want to add something to that, or we can? Yeah, okay. I was so curious which legislation change. You need to tell us that though. Okay, maybe some reflections on some of the other questions, and then I think we will go to the discussions. I think there is a group of questions which really concerns like this possible burnout with the voluntary workers, like those who invest a lot, and how you keep that engagement, and how you ensure that it's not only the convinced people, so the small group of people, but the less convinced are also engaging, and then also those with less financial resources, so how to involve them. So I think there is this bunch of questions which are really relevant, and I'm curious if anyone wants to reflect on that, Peter.
You've probably spotted that there is a massive amount of voluntary work in this environment, in and around Torup. What we're trying to do is to follow the energy, which means that people have special interest in something, and we support that. So it means, for instance, some people are really interested in jazz. Fine, go ahead. Can we support you there? Would it be nice for you to be part of neutral cultural planning? Can we put your initiatives into the local calendar so that we can keep track of the dates? Those kinds of practical things. But more perhaps to the point here, when we work with volunteers, we try to package the work so that it's manageable. Which means, in fact, trying to limit the amount of work and trying to also put it into some kind of context. So, for instance, when we worked with establishing Videland, it took some effort actually to take the initiative in terms of facilitating the planning process. So instead of saying to people, now you do the planning, we said, here's a matrix. This is how you do planning. This is how the end product should look like in terms of the matrix. These are the points you should address. We handpicked 5 people. We said, you've got 5 meetings in 3 months to do this. So we packaged this. And we said, if you get into trouble, we'll certainly help you. But this was if you like, the ownership of that group during that period. And it meant that they could see that they had an end product. They had a few meetings, they had a few months to do this. and they could see the use of this as well. We're actually doing the planning for the local people here, with the local people. We consulted on the way to see whether we were on track also with other people. We had open meetings, you know, Toropting had open meetings about this and we said this is what we're actually doing, but it was manageable. And this is, I think, a nice concrete example of how you can actually work with getting through the difficulties of voluntary work, which is quite often, it goes on forever. You can't see the end of it. You don't know the limits of it. What are the expectations here? What is the end product? How do people, when are we a success? That people don't know about this. But if you package it, you get through some of that. And also, of course, encourage people on the way and make a celebration of the products that came out of this, what actually came out of this. So these celebrations are also very important, and the visibility going through to that. I could talk a lot about that, but I will not.
You can do that in the working group as well. So I think I give it to you, Jens, in a second. But one question, like maybe you could bring up the poll, Anita or Anna. So we would like to ask those who are still online to vote. And in the meantime, while they vote, I will give you the word. So we will have in a minute 3 working groups with the presenters. So one would be Torup Funds and Initiatives. And it's really about what initiatives have been going on and how it's been funded by Torup Fund. The other is more centered around the Smart Rural 21 process. We don't know, because maybe it's with a bit of delay. We hope that people are voting. If not, we will just continue the discussion here. So how the Smart Rural 21 project supported, and the lessons especially about the tools and talents. It's one person voting already. Okay, those who are here, please don't vote, okay, because you can join whichever table. This is really for the online participants who still listen to us, because we will set the camera so that you can follow one discussion. And the third one is really about the research side, which Peter was emphasizing. So it's with Suzanne and Dan. They can tell more about what research they've been doing. So those who are online, please keep voting, like which discussion you'd like to listen the most. And Paul, you were telling me to say something which I forgot. Oh yeah, that there will be a resettling of the tables. So those who are online, once we decide which group, you will need to give us a few minutes so that Paul or helping hand here can set up the things in a way that you can listen to that discussion. And while you are voting, and please keep so that we see that you are online, and those who are here don't vote. Jens, if you come here, because they won't hear you. We hear you, but they don't. And then I want to ask if anyone else from the other villages have experience or how to engage the less convinced. And I'm curious to hear that.
Okay, I was just in relation to sustainability of the people who are involved and volunteers. I just want to mention a very pragmatic approach that the Toropting has, and it has also a catchy name of it, namely Small Things, which is a way to introduce small projects and have people to reach out and say, well, I want to participate in that, with a well-defined goal. And you can see you have, well, I'm not alone. We are 2 or 3 people, and we are going for this. And I think that's a very good idea to in that way to engage people in a way where they can sort of see the scope of what they are doing. Mm. In many, very often you see that the board of such a community, they are burdened with all these projects, and they don't know how they can engage the members of it. So that's very good.
Thanks a lot. That's a very interesting and relevant point. And I want to ask the other villages, any comments? Those who worked with the community, what you do with the less convinced ones? How do you make sure? I think we heard some good examples from Jens and Peter here, like how to make it tangible, that they see the end, that their ideas are picked up. But do you have any suggestions on how to make the less convinced and engage the people locally? Anyone? Werenbeck or Spain or Austria, or any suggestions from any of the villages? while we are waiting still for the votes, it's already 20 people. So those who are online, I'm just repeating that you can vote which session would be live streamed, okay? Because we can only live stream one, unfortunately, but it's already 20 people voting, and it looks like people want to hear even more about Torup Fund and the initiatives you have here. Okay, no other comments on this? We might come back at the end. No one? No other villages? Share ideas? Okay. So what I suggest, but we wait until the end. It really looks like the Torup Fund and initiatives will be the winning and live stream session, which means we need to put 2 tables together probably there, and that will be the Torup Fund 1. There will be one on research in the middle, and then the rural sustainability research in the middle, and the Smart Rural 21 experience with Heino and Kirsten on the left-hand side to me. So I think each of you can choose. So the idea is to continue a bit the discussion, to share your experience, what's happening in your village, what questions you have to the speakers still are there about the research or the Torup initiatives or the Smart Rural 21 strategy or action. So what I suggest, please just move around a bit. It's a good exercise as well. We will live stream the Torup one. So Torup one there, research in the middle and on the left. Yes, thanks. So half an hour before lunch. And those who are online, give us 2 minutes. You will be put offline just until we set up the thing.
Yeah, hello everyone. So just a very, very small technical information that the people who are online, they can still ask questions from this table. So they can send their questions through Slido and we will see them and we can answer here. So now, yeah, I would like to pass the word to Peter.
Well, I thought we've already presented a few things about the fund, but I'm sure you have lots of questions and reflections about this. So I thought if you have any of those, we could start off with that, and especially if the Slido people have some, written questions, we can also respond to that. So we have lots of examples, and we have lots of technicalities, and we have all the links with the banks and all kinds of things here that we'd like to talk about. But I was wondering what your questions would be.
Yes, I would like to know, because you are a small municipality with, of course, with a lot of projects, but you have not a lot of staff, I suppose. How do you manage to
I love that
to attract? Because this is something really important for a lot of French municipalities, small villages in France who have no engineering to get the money and.
The short answer is we don't have staff. And the longer one is that from time to time, we get some funding for particular projects. So we have project money, which sometimes actually can translate into some small sums of a part-time job. So that's where we are. So Catalina, that you met here for this time of period, has a part-time job in the fund.
12 hours a week.
12 hours a week, those hours are funded by a particular fund for a while. Then money ran out, and now we're paying ourselves, aren't we? Yeah. So the municipality, which is the greater unit with the 30,000 people, are not paying anything, and there's no staff there, and there's in fact very little help. In terms of staffing, it's one of their difficulties that they can't really do that for us. Would you like to add something here?
That's one of the things we are working at, so that we could have some coordination and don't have to find out to make research every time we need a municipality partner or work. So we are coming to it.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Not quite.
But we put a lot of effort into getting funding from different funds, and they could be interested in health issues or old buildings or rural development. But of course, these funds are short and they run out, and we actually rely heavily on people like Lisbeth, and you've been putting in lots and lots of hours in running the fund. Lisbeth is the chairman of Torup Fund, and this certainly doesn't run on itself. There's a lot of technical stuff, there's a lot of people's relations, there's the contact to the municipality, all kinds of building questions and sewage questions and all kinds of stuff. And so all this is run on a voluntary basis. So we're so lucky to have the expertise, but also the strength and the clout and the continuation.
But I also think just the other day we had Asa from the municipality, and I think, we can't, I know nothing about that, but we have, then I know who has the talents, where to go and to get us to the next step. And that's very, very important, not to say, I don't know anything about purification of wastewater, what can I do? I go and ask Björn, because he knows what to do. And we have a lot of talents in this village, and working together in so many projects makes us conscious of where to go and where to find the support I need when I stumble over something. And that's very, very important to have this hyppige, often meetings, frequent meetings where you can find out who knows what, where can I go, and people participating in those meetings, frequent meetings, are also very interested in the community, the social community here, and to be helpful when it's needed.
So I guess this is the social capital side that we're talking about here, which is very important. And there are lots of talented people here. Yeah. What other reflections do you have?
Yeah. I got two questions actually. One about the funding. Let's start with that one because it fits in the procedure. We told us about the project we are running, and it's more or less successful. And we are considering setting up a revolving fund, which means that when a project starts, we can supply them a subvention, or we know the ways to get them a subvention, and we make the deal with the project leader that it's just a loan. You know, when the project turns out to be profitable, it should be returned so we can finance another one. And I wonder if you have considered that variation as well, and whether it's workable or not. So.
Yeah. We're not quite there yet.
Okay.
But that is a wonderful idea. That would also, it would involve some, getting some capital together that could actually be a loan. And we're not there yet, but it's really a fascinating idea.
Well,
this is local capital for local investment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. As you've heard, a lot of projects here have investments from local people, but that's as close as we get.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to ask a question about.
This is Thy. He's a Dane.
Yeah. I can Danish also.
That's okay.
But I know, but it's if Torup is a kind of experiment, or I might say, and you have developed a kind of small municipality in the municipality. That means, but you haven't made a municipality. The municipality is where you have a secretary, you have administration, and so on. You only have Lisbeth, and you have Peter, and you have a lot of volunteers. What do you think? What do you think the next level of that kind of society development? Where are we heading?
Oh, that's a lovely question. Shall I try to start this one, Lisbeth? Yeah.
I can take over.
We've had some discussions, not very much yet, but we've had some discussions on how far should we go into this. There are some policymakers that would like to develop the local democracy in terms of also taking over service functions. And I think I mentioned that we're entering in now to a discussion with the municipality how we can take care of the elderly on a local basis rather than having a centralized system. And that'll accentuate that particular debate. Do we need some kind of administration? How far will we go into actually acting as a service provider? And I've been reluctant to go down that route. So far, we're actually relying on voluntary work, but it could be the next logical step to create some kind of mini administration also. But we don't want to duplicate what's already being done in the municipality. So it's a real balance between the two. I'm sure that you have lots of thoughts about this as well, Lisbeth.
We have been talking and started working on a project called Landsby Village Pedeller.
Janitor.
A village janitor who can assist people who have small things they can't find out, and then could have help from a janitor. And we have had the first discussion with the municipality about that. But I think that sustainability, when we are talking about making rural settlements sustainable, with our own purification, with our own heating system, we are making a sustainable model for rural life. Then it could or should also include our elderly doesn't have their meals from 10 kilometers away. They get their meals from our local restaurant, and to reduce transport, to make local engagement in this is how we want to live our lives. And well, we are not quite there yet.
And all this will drive us in the direction that you just talked about, because this will need some kind of coordination, administration, budgets, all that. And how far do we want to go into this? You might have comments on this, because you're probably experiencing some of the same things. But I'm so happy to get this question to you, and thank you very much. Yeah.
May I have a
Yeah, go ahead.
Subsequent question. I do not want to dominate the discussion, so I'm sorry on forehand. We're talking about, let's say, but do democracy. There is another aspect on bottom-up democracy, which is discussion democracy, and maybe even a decision democracy. And maybe Severin knows about it. In France, they had an experiment with the Citizens' Convention on Climate Change, and it worked more or less. I mean, Macron used it for his own targets, of course, but that is one of those experiments. And I wonder if the do democracy, which we're discussing right now, might, let's say, exit to the other aspect of democracy. So I'm quite curious about the perspectives. Thank you.
Are there any comments on this? The discussion democracy? We're doing our best. I'm certainly I'm not convinced we're experts in this, but we try to go in that direction where we have discussions. Let's take the current discussion about the village extension.
Exactly.
The village Videland that we've talked about. And that was the subject of, at least I remember, 3 or 4 common meetings within Torupting, our local democracy, where we discussed whether we wanted this, how far we would like to go, where should it be. We invited the local farmer with the farm who was going perhaps to sell it, whether he was actually engaged in this. People met to discuss how we would like to do the planning together. All these were discussions, but of course, in the end, we got in the steering group, the board of our local democracy. We got this together and provided the municipality with the results of the discussion. So we actually distilled the discussion. So there's somebody who has to facilitate and distill. But we had a long period. I would think it's probably 3/4 of a year or something like that, with several meetings where we actually provided people with maps and and planning. What does planning mean, and how many would we like to be, and how also the timeline in this, and the money side, which is when we actually formed the fund, which was going to buy the land and so on. How are we going to do that? So there was a long discussion. I'm not sure everyone felt included. I think some people actually didn't feel included, and afterwards discovered that there had been a discussion about this. So I'm not sure we didn't cover everyone. We covered a lot of people, but there's always one or two who said, I was never included in that type of discussion. and I'm not sure how we get there. I don't think we'll ever get to 100%, participative democracy, but we were some way down that line. I'm not saying we were perfect, but it was an attempt to do something.
It's on the move.
Yeah, it's always on the move. But I don't know how you operate in these matters. I mean, for instance, are people included?
I have rather a question than a comment. Do you know any other similar initiative like this development you plan now to make a village almost like double sized? Do you know any like that? Did you check the processes of the others if exist?
Yeah, there are several villages that would like to do this, and they often consult Torup, and they often have me visiting. Many of them rely on external forces. They would like somebody to come in and do something with them, for them. So that is. There are also other developments, but that's quite often the starting point. So can we get the planning done by the municipality? Can we get a developer in, and she will do that for us? Then, of course, there are some eco-villages, and these are other types of examples. So just across the water are 2 or 3 eco-villages, quite small, in fact, some down to 12, 15 families. And they're doing similar things to us, like us, but more like a more closed unit, quite often, with a few families taking the lead there. And we're actually engaging the whole village in this. So there are different types of activities and strategies here as well. But many villages would like to do something along the lines that we've done. And then they say, oh, that's going to be a lot of work. And where's the money coming from? And oh, the planning, and oh, the municipality, and so on. So they see lots of obstacles. They see a lot of difficulties. Yeah, there are difficulties. It takes people like Lisbeth to get through that.
No, I think some, not many, but some of the municipalities here in Zealand has in fact decided they want eco-village.
Yeah, yes.
And they decide and engage people to come and settle down. They will cooperate. They will be very keen on having this center in their municipality. But up till now, I haven't seen municipalities being really successful in that approach. But you can see
it's true. They have ideas about this and planning, and they facilitate the process in some ways. They try to facilitate. The next door neighbor, Odsherred, is a good example.
Yeah.
And they're trying to do that. And in Fyn, we have some examples as well of self-growing initiatives where the whole process is facilitated by the municipality. So it does happen. It has many different shades. But it's true that in some cases, quite a few cases, they would love to have some eco-villages because this is, the resourceful people moving in, that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Further comments?
I have a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, before you comment, we still didn't receive any questions online, so I want to repeat again for those who are watching online that you can ask your questions on slido.com. So the number is 625-371.
Okay, I will do first with comment, and maybe there will be a question or appear. Well, when I'm going to Latvia, my country where I'm coming, and when we are looking on these civic activities, which is also related to village planning and village movement, etc. My observation is that there is always, of course, as in Torup, leaders who are doing this, and mostly they are doing on a volunteer base. But there is always a reason why they can do it. like are they may be closely related to municipality, or they are doing their economic activities in the village, etc. But recently there is appearing some also foreign funds who is like giving opportunity to write a project, to run survey, to make a surveys for villages, to make plans, etc. And somehow this gives opportunity, but this is also makes project scopes for this village development issues, and this is related to what you said, that you are also searching for model, not to make local fund just based on volunteer. What do you think about this opportunity to do all this more or less funded, but in the meantime more structured under project basis? Is there any opportunities in Denmark like this, and how you consider them? Thank you.
Should I try?
Yeah.
I would be reluctant to invite people like that into our local society. First of all, because I think we're much better at doing it ourselves. That might be arrogant, but there is some thought behind that, because we've had some people coming in to study and develop Torup, and it's not been a huge success. We've had them, being consultants on small projects and that sort of thing, and it takes a while for them to understand what's going on here. And also, I think we do have the social and other types of capital to actually run projects ourselves. We're quite good at that. So I would be reluctant to get somebody from the outside, because they often have other agendas, an economic one or a political one, or other types of agendas, which we would then struggle with. But it might be a very arrogant answer. Yes, we can do this ourselves, because sometimes, of course, we need expertise from the outside. But we would like to, I'm looking at Lisbeth while I'm saying this, but we would like to have expertise when and how we would like it to be. Because we needed, for instance, sewage system expertise. We don't know a thing about this. And then on our board, we're certainly not experts on this. But we know who to actually approach, and we get the kind of expertise that we need for that particular part of the project. So we keep our hand on the tiller, and this is civic society actually taking the lead in this, rather than getting some kind of expertise in and telling us what to do. Does this sound very arrogant? No.
Self-confident.
Yeah, it is self-confident. Yeah, it is in some ways.
This is the key to keep your philosophy.
Yeah.
No, I was telling that I agree with you, because I think this is the way to keep the philosophy and to keep the spirit of your approach, because
There's a point there.
yeah.
But sometimes, of course, you fail.
Yes, but if you want to innovate and to change things, you have the right to fail.
Yes, but if we want to take our experiences out in the world and giving them to other people, then sometimes we have to rely on coordination, to research from experts who know how to measure our new earth heating collective system in the new village. We have to document what we are doing, so that others can go and do it if it's okay. If we don't fail, if we success, we have to document our successes, so to sell them to the world, so other villages. So we can't be an island. No, we have to. Yeah, we have to find researchers. We have to rely on or coordinate to document our results. Well, we don't do all this just for ourselves. We would like to be part of the climate change agenda. So, yeah.
We received a question online. If a municipality comes in to help a village to become an eco-village adapting the Torup model, it might lose its bottom-up community approach, isn't it?
Oh, Lisbeth has 30 years of experience in this field. Did you get the question, Lisbeth?
Not quite.
Okay, I repeat. If a municipality comes in to help a village to become an eco-village adapting the Torup model, it might lose its bottom-up community approach, isn't it?
The discussion between top-down and bottom-up approaches. Yeah, you have a lot of experience there.
I don't think you can change not ecological village and then come and say, well, now we just turn it and no more spreading DDT on your lawn. You have to go into this new project. I think if you try to start it from the top, it will fail.
Can I say a few words about this? It's really an interesting question because it's the dialogue between top-down and bottom-up approaches, and I think in fact we need both. Most of these successful projects are bottom-up approaches, like Düsekil Eco Village and many others, but they need some kind of a link with the outside world, including the municipality, in terms of planning, in terms of facilities, in terms of social services, all that. And there is a constant dialogue between local development and the more, if you like, centralized or political administrative level on the level of municipalities. And we have that going on all the time. I have meetings at least 10 times a year with politicians, different parts of the administration and so on, to actually point to difficulties or solutions. We have some traffic problems on our streets here. We would like to have more bicycle lanes. How we do this? We can't do this on our own. It's an eco-village approach, but it certainly needs the cooperation with the municipalities. I also work on a regional and national level. Kim will talk about this later on. He's a politician in the region. And we have close links with politicians and administration also on that level when it comes to matters that are decided by the region or the state. So there are all these intertwining links all the time. But taking the idea of an eco village and say we want this and here's what you do. I certainly agree with with Lisbeth. That wouldn't be a very fruitful approach.
But on the other hand, now 30 years ago, we started this eco-village, and there was only one farm nearby making ecological products. Peter and his wife have bought it. They are living there now, but there was only one in the area, and now nearly all the farms around us are ecological. So it's not, we haven't gone breaking the arms on the farmers saying you have to make ecological food for us. But it has spread. It has become the normative for the area instead of being something very strange, very exotic, ecological carrots. Who would eat them?
Hippie carrots.
Hippie carrots,
Yes.
30 years ago.
Yes.
So it's also the afsmittende.
Yeah.
Well,
it has a ripple effect.
Yes. So instead of coming from,
Okay.
We're-
Any more questions or comments?
We're almost at the
Yeah,
end of this.
a
workshop.
last one.
More questions?
No? people
You
maybe
didn't
are
ask,
hungry.
you didn't ask many questions about the fund. I'm so glad.
The font? No, that's
Okay.
just a tool.
It is a tool.
But I like to. I have an idea, Peter.
Go ahead to you.
What about making an experiment, building a kind of a village secretary or village administration, and then try it out? Just try it out.
I'm
Make
so-
it kind of where you can be a kind of part-time jobbers and so on.
Yeah,
And then try it out, because that's a kind of a rebuilding kind of system from the bottom.
Setting an
Shall we try?
We don't want a lot of bureaucracy. How do we get around that? But
Well,
thanks very
we
much.
build ourselves.
Thanks very much. all of
Okay,
you.
I think that was the last comment and idea, because now we don't hear each other. Okay, so see you later. We will go for a lunch now.
Lunchtime.
It's only once. Now listen carefully.
I'll say this only once.
Only once. Yeah.
This afternoon starts off with a representative from the region. This is a real politician that we've got here, Kim Rockhill. Kim has a long experience in being a politician, and also on a very local basis. You were actually the mayor of
Skibby,
of a not so big municipality.
No.
And now you're in the region, but you're also, Kim is quite active in his home village. So you know about being a village person. The kind of things that we'd like to discuss here, and this will be just a brief intervention by Kim, are the links between rural development and the region, the regional level of policy making. And the region has a responsibility for a number of things in the Danish context. And one of them is natural resources, which means gravel and sand. And another one is traffic, which means trains and buses. And those are some of the, and of course, the regions also have the responsibility of the centralized health system. But Kim, just a brief word from you, your role in this and also your view on it. The links between people in the rural areas and the region.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter, for inviting me to say a little bit about the region's play in this rural area. As Peter said, we are only playing a very small role in this. We have responsibility for some of the transportation, public.
The mic is on, Kim. You don't have to worry about it. And there's no PowerPoint presentation, so relax. This is Peter Plant. That's not Kim.
Oh, come on. Okay, can I go on?
Yes.
Yes. We have only a small role to play in the rural areas of the region. The region is the capital region of Copenhagen, 1.9 million inhabitants. 29 municipalities, some of them in the city of Copenhagen, very big houses, tall houses, and this area like this. 9 of the municipalities are like this area, and I myself live in one of them, Skibby, which is further down the fjord. I have been a politician since 1986, terrible many years. 33 years in municipality politics, 12 years as a mayor in Skibby, a small city further down here, 4,500 inhabitants at that time. We have now been put together and been closer. But as I started, the region is playing a very small role in these rural areas. Torup is a lucky village. They have a train coming on and off several times a day. And it's only a few of our small villages in the Copenhagen area which have this opportunity to send people to work and come back from work, send young people to education and come back again. It's very fantastic that it's possible to keep these train lines going on even now in 2022. Most of the small villages in the Copenhagen area is run by buses, and we say it's a regional bus if it goes to more than one municipality.
Yeah.
And they belong to us. All the buses which only go inside the municipality is the community, the local governments in the municipality who takes care of that. And then we have a role to play in education, not the primary school, but when you get up high in the high school level, or if you go to what do you call it, education to become a plumber or a bricklayer or things.
Vocational education and training.
Thank you. So that's some of our responsibilities. And then we, of course, have the big responsibility for all the health care. all the hospitals and things like that is the main subject for the region. But Peter also said we sometimes meet, Peter and I, when we are trying to dig some gravel outside Torup for building material, for making clay to bricks and to dig up stones for building and so on. And we had a new plan last year, and Peter was saying, "Oh no, not that close to." Not Peter, but the village was saying
we coordinated.
Yes, not so close to Torup. So please try to find some other places to dig up the soil for building houses. And I asked Peter at that time if it was possible maybe to build a new village outside here, Hvideland, which is probably something you heard about. Build that without using the stone and the gravel and the sand, and because there are new ways of doing house building without digging up from the soil. So if Torup wants to be a green city, it could be a way of lifting up themselves on that level too. So I like to communicate about things like that. So that's almost what is the main subjects. And we also go in when there's some kind of pollution in the earth. That's the region as well, because very often the pollution is in one municipality, and they pick out the water, or take out the water in the next municipality. So they cannot agree about how to do that. So therefore, the region is the one who says what is the first priority to do about this pollution. So that's all about. If there's a question, I can.
Yeah. Regional level.
Can I just ask, how large is the region? Where does it end?
It's ends here by the sea, here in Halsnæs.
We're the last stop.
That's clear.
That's the last stop, and then it's 4.6% of the total area of Denmark. So it's a very small region, and that's one of the challenges, because we are the one with the biggest population, and we are the one with the most run on the stuff you get out from clay and gravel and so on. So we have a big challenge there.
And it also includes Bornholm, the island in the Baltic Sea.
Then we are 6% of the same of the Danish.
There we go. There we go.
So we are very small compared to the rest of Denmark, but 1/3 of all the population lives here.
Kirsten, you had a comment?
You can repeat.
I will repeat whatever you say, Kirsten.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Leader Action Group, the region is represented there. Do you have anything to do with that?
Oh, that's a very nice question. The question was the representation of the region in the local action group.
Yes.
Now, here we're on home ground, Kim.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Because Peter asked if we could get some from the region, a politician from the region, to go into the LAG project. And maybe it could be me, who knows. But we had an election in November last year, and they have not decided yet who is going to have the seat here. I have said I'll come if necessary.
Yes.
But they will find out very soon, I hope so. I have pushed them all that I can.
Kim has been volunteered to do that. Yeah. A Swedish voice?
How is the relation with the regional development plans and the development plans of the LAG and the development plans of villages? Are you building your regional plan on the plans from the villages, or do they have to adapt to your plan?
Yes. The question here, this is for the people listening to this, was the interlinking or not between planning on different types of levels, on a regional and also a local level.
We do not have planning in building cities or anything in the region. That's on the government level and on municipality level. but we have the planning of using the gravity and things like that. We have the pollution planning, if you can say, or cleaning up after pollution planning. And we have the planning in hospital and building hospitals and how to develop that area.
Logistics and healthcare and so on, it's interlinked with the development plans of the locals, so it should be connected in some way.
Yes, but they come from the top. They make the plan on the government level, and then they make the plans in the municipality level.
There's municipality representation in the traffic planning system, where the region has a big say, but they actually have members of that board from the municipalities. We're getting into the technicalities here, but that's how it operates. Final questions before we say, oh, one, yes?
In the Netherlands, we are confronted with the development that the smaller villages are getting more and more work to do because central and regional government is out of over the wall to the villages. Some education, some health care, etc. At the same moment, we see that we've got a labor market problem. The local villages cannot find any more people who want to work there because the salaries are lower, they've got more power when they work in the cities or in the regional level. Are you also confronted with that problem?
The question here was about labor market shortages on a local level?
In the governmental labor market. So the governmental labor market, so communities, regions, provinces, state, that labor market. In that market, we see that the smaller villages cannot find any more people who want to work there.
That was what I translated into problems in the local labor market. You made it much more complicated. I simplified it. Yeah, but the question, of course, is: does the region have any say, any interest in labor market issues?
Absolutely.
There we go.
Absolutely, because we are very much a lack of nurses and doctors and so on. And of course, doctors want to have a business in Copenhagen and not in
Torup.
And one in Torup.
There we go.
Yeah, I hope they, but not maybe in Frederiksværk or in Sønderby. So they go where they want to because it's a liberal market for doing things like that, and they go where the money is the best and the environment is the best.
But my question was, how do you react on that problem? Because it is a huge problem. An example, when you look to spatial planning, spatial planning is mostly done by the local governments.
Mm-hmm.
Can you build a house there or a road there, etc. We cannot find any more people who want to do that work for the local governments. So we really have a huge problem.
We have the same problem, and if you have a good idea, I'll take it, please.
Okay, I think.
What is your action on that problem?
We have made a special community committee in the region. This committee, this election, to exactly have a focus on how do we get the proper labor to all the jobs that we have, which is not in work.
And they have to start work now.
Yes.
Fine, thank you. Kim, I think that's the end of it.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And we'll...
Jeg bliver lidt endnu.
Oh, you'll be staying. Yes. I've promised to say a few words about the local action group, and I'm sure my PowerPoint presentation is on its way. F5, there we go. You've heard me talking a lot about Torup which of course is my main interest, but in fact, I'm the chairman of the local action group, which covers 2 municipalities, 60,000 people. So I do come out of Torup sometimes. And I'm going to take you through a few examples, local examples of the if you like, the efficiency, but also perhaps some of the effects of what we do in a local action group. And I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the idea. So we'll jump this. Quite a few of the local projects that you've seen over these last few days are in fact local action group projects. And you've seen some of them. The Village Doctor, that particular project down there, we in fact sponsored some of the building. The co-working spaces, some of you have seen and heard about the little village train station down there. We'll come back to that. The local shop, the restaurant, the bakery, alternative transport, and a common meeting house. All these are local action group projects. And there's a new one on its way, which is the renovation of the co-op. So I try to balance this so that not every single penny from the local action group goes to Torup, but it reflects the initiatives, the local initiatives. But of course, I have 2 municipalities to take care of here. We've actually gone into some length in terms of working with sustainability, also in the local action group. So right from the beginning, I formulated 7, 8 years ago when we started the present LAG, the present system of the local action group, to align our strategy with the 2030 goals of the European Union, which says that the growth has to be intelligent, sustainable, and inclusive. These are strategic aims, and they all have to do with sustainability. And we built that in from the beginning. Then 7 years later, the ministry, which is governing this local action group program, caught up with us and said, it's very important now that your projects are sustainable. It took them 7 years to get there. And we were the only action group in the whole country who had done that from the beginning. All the others had to revise most of their stuff. So this was an interesting, again, a Torup example of how to try to, if you like, formulate, but also to have some influence in the national process, in this particular case, in the LAGs, the local action groups, and how they should operate and what their focal points should be. One of the things I have to keep reminding the Ministry of, and this is the Ministry of Planning, is that in fact we're operating on a principle, the leader principle, the liaison entre action de développement de l'économie rurale, which means of course that it has a focus on rural development. The basic principles here are bottom-up approaches. It's very, very important to build on local initiative. If you're a ministry, you can hardly see this. And I have to remind the Ministry for Planning, that we're actually working on some principles here. And they see I'm a real nuisance because every time I can do something about this, we discussed that, Heino, in the break here. I'm the one, I'm one of the leading leaders of this because I'm actually on a national coordination group for all the LAGs in Denmark. I have to remind them that these are the basic principles, that in fact you can't just look the other way. And I'm sure we'll have to fight this fight again and again over the coming years. We're entering into the new program period from 2023 to 27. Help me here, Heino? Yes. And again, I think, and I'm sure it is also important for you in your villages, that we actually stick to these principles and that we say loudly that bottom-up approaches are what, this is what these LAGs, these local action groups, are built on. Yeah, I'm saying this with some emphasis because it's a constant struggle, in fact. There is so much top-down approach, there's so much EU Commission, there's so much ministry pressure on these types of initiatives and the money that goes with it, that it's important that we remind the ministries that, in fact, we're building on principles. So that's it. A few things, you've seen this one before, so we'll not see that again. But I'll take you on a small trip into a few particular projects here, so you get the idea of how we operate when we use some lag money. And we're very aware that we're building on 30 years of experience with eco-village development. So we're actually building on that. And isn't it a wonderful picture up there? I think you're even on the picture, Jens. Yes, yes. It was a lucky day. You were on that picture. Yes. And I'm going to take you through just a short story about how we've been working with creating co-working spaces and all that kind of thing down at the station, which you've seen quite a few times now. So this is we're digging into the story of the station here. We, a small group of people, in the beginning just my wife and I, but later on some more people, about 40 people, bought this place from the railway company, which is subsidized by the region, by the way. And it took them a while to decide that they didn't really want this building. It was quite clear they didn't want the building. It was falling to pieces. Everything was rotten there. And this was what it looked like after it had been cleared up. The nice man who lived there, and you talked about this yesterday, Nils Niller, who lived there, was a bit of a sort of a collector. And he had collected so much, but he had cleared up, he said. It was just for us to move into. So this is what it looked like when we started there, 12 years ago. And it ended up with a restored station which contains a lot of activities. And it might also be interesting for you to see what kind of funds would go into this kind of approach. And it probably reflects a lot of things that you do, but just for the example here, private funds, crowdfunding, 40 people putting some money into it. Realdania, the big national fund, in fact, but which is also a private fund, and the local action group, and masses of voluntary work. That's what it takes. And also, perhaps importantly here, a financial plan. How are we going to run this in the long run? And we've had this running now for 11 years, and it's made a profit right from the beginning. So that was good. It means that we can maintain the building. It can get painted and cleaned and all that kind of stuff, and we can actually heat it and so on. What we've got in it just now are the second-hand books. Torup Boby, it's an association. 15 people handle the books there. I talked about that yesterday. Co-working spaces, farmers market, station common garden, the alternative transport, the repair cafe, and cider. All this within 156 square meters. So it's not a huge place, of course, but it's a nice example of what you do with lag money, because the lag money was very important. It was very important that this type of money actually went into this. Talking to Realdania, this big one over here, they were very interested in whether the local action group, in fact, was investing in this, because if there was no local interest, they were not interested either. So there's this intertwining of the three sources here, which is very important. This means that we can actually support startups and small companies and bigger companies. And the story just now is this one, that we've had a media group, they moved out, and in moved two other companies. One is this Norwegian one, automation of warehouses, and the other one is certification. Think of organic cotton, which is an American one. So right now there's Norwegian and an American company, headquarters of those two in Denmark on the first floor of this tiny station, and the local cider man, whom you met yesterday, Adam down there. So this is a nice example of how you can support local development in that particular area, which of course is creating jobs, workplaces. That's what it's about. And right now, about 6 to 8 people are working in this very small place. Co-working spaces, I think, are also getting very important. I think we talked about that also, that the idea of working perhaps 2 days a week away from home, then closer to home, this sort of mix between different workplaces, the flexibility that goes into that is highly trendy. We've been doing that for 10 years now, but now COVID caught up with that, didn't it? So now we are doing, a lot of us are doing this kind of thing. Yeah. But we've all kinds of experiences here with crowdfunding. We've done a lot of co-funding, crowdfunding, and so on. And all the way through, it's been civil society actually taking the lead here. So the school, which you've seen outside here, this common space, which is the assembly hall, the kindergarten, and many other things have been developed on the basis of local initiative. These are examples of civil society actually taking a lead. We didn't wait. The people in Eco Village, Thysekilde 30 years ago, didn't wait for the other people to come along. They actually took action. So we have a long tradition to do that, and we'll build on that. One thing which is quite important for us is to include the fun side. There was a comment about that earlier. This is one example. When we have markets, we dress up, especially my lovely wife dresses up. This is her. And we have a theme for each and every market in that little square down there, close to the station. So we dress up as a flour bag, or we dress up as a carrot or a potato, or whatever it is that is the theme of the day. And then we sing a song at 12 o'clock, which is also a thematic song. Some people come just to sing, and they don't buy anything. They just come to sing along at 12 o'clock. And I'm saying this because these are small gimmicks. It makes it fun. It makes it peculiar, strange. And if people can remember something afterwards, they can remember there was a silly woman dressed up and we sang a song. They might not remember the carrots from the farmer's market, but they will remember that there was something special going on there. And this is behind all this. So I'm just showing you these wonderful pictures of my wonderful wife to remind us of that. I wanted just to do this sort of as a very brief and very sort of, some small examples, but you can probably hear from what I'm saying here that these kind of seed money, that the local action group money, is really important in local development. And I'm sure that this also reflects a lot of your experiences, but certainly in our case. And it's been a real privilege for me to be the chairman of that for I don't know how many years now, to be able also to persuade people to go through the processes. And Heino is actually the coordinator in this particular area in another part of Denmark. He knows about the paperwork. And some people are scared away because there's a lot of paperwork. And our task in the local action group has been to actually encourage people and help them through the paperwork so that we can do things like this and have fun markets and other things locally. So that was my short input here. I'm sure there could be some lag comments. You're the new boy. You're the new boy in the lag class, aren't you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just learning.
You're just learning. But you're the veteran. Kirsten has been supporting this for many years.
Just this about, if you can repeat this, please, the difficulty of reminding the ministry about the principles.
Yeah, the leader principles.
Do remember that they fit perfectly.
Sorry.
No, I got a mic now, so you don't have to repeat.
Good.
Okay. So that when you have to remind the ministry about the 7 principles,
There we are. Yep.
remind them how fantastic that fits with the long-term vision.
Yeah.
This is where they want us to be participative. This is exactly what we should look for.
Yeah, and it's so strange we should remember this and remind them. It has to do, of course, with the logics of being a ministry. They think they are taking the lead in this, and we see them as our humble servants. And they don't see it that way. No. Okay, enough of that. You will have no more local action group today. Thanks very much. And I think we're, what are we doing not just now? Is that you now to you? Yeah, that's you. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fine. After this, I would like to introduce another good friend to you Mortensen. Thuy is a real driving force. A real driving force in local development. And also especially the bottom-up approach, is one of your babies, one of your hobby horses. So over to you, and let's see what local initiatives can do and how we can view local initiatives. If you need the clicker, there's some up there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I am an expert, a village expert. So, you know, there are 3 ways to become an expert, do you know? Either you look at a lot of people and collecting data from them, you call it a researcher. That's one way. The other way is that you talk with a lot of people who are doing the things, then interviewing them. Then you also become an expert. Or you are a village developer, then you are also an expert. So I think I am all 3. Actually, I'm coming from a small village close to Odense, if you know that, in Fyn. And I have the same role in my small village as Peter he has here. So that's the same kind of. But I'm also professionally working with village development or community development all over Denmark, actually. So, and I've been doing that for some years. Many years, can man sige. But actually what I'm doing, I'm facilitating. So you might, experts, they might be consulting or advising or so. I don't do that. I facilitate change and facilitate village cooperation. Then the big question is, which way is this? Why? I think, why do things like that? Why is it very important? Why is it important to facilitate change process in small communities? So that's what I'm talking about. So I got the task yesterday, I think, from Edina or Anita or something. But anyway, I'll try to think something. What it's actually doing, I'm facilitating togetherness. That's a good word. You might also talk about coherence, but it's togetherness, and that's a very. Can you feel it? It's very good to be together with people, and but you also, by doing that, actually you also, by doing facilitating togetherness, you're also facilitating democracy. And then with then it's just not just anything. Sometimes we think that small communities, they have to have a good life or have servants and so on, but this is more important. So by being together in small communities and letting small communities work, then it's actually part of democracy. Because democracy is actually on its retreat. We are challenged worldwide in our democracy because we don't think that democracy solve our epidemics or whatever. There's a lot of things going on that sticks together, that makes us look more local. But there's also a war going on. And that also that has to do with some global things, but also local. It influences all. So what do we do? What has that to do with facilitating local coherence? That's a good question. It has to do with what commons is. What are we common about? Do you know the word? Commons is what we have together. Do we have a war together? Do we have pandemics together? Do we have democracy together? Do we have the air together? Do we have nature together? Do we have the internet together? Whatever. Commons is very interesting nowadays because commons has to do with old things. We have to drop maybe 200 years ago back, and then we're heading towards the future, but we have to learn from the past. And commons came from that kind of society, where they were sticking in small communities. They had a lot of things in common. They had commons. Let's stick a bit deeper, because that is actually what it is about. My name is Thy Mortensen, and I'm a facilitator. Sometimes I call myself facilitator. Sometimes I'm also futurist. You know futurist? I don't know if you know that they're trying to shape the future, but by learning from the past and looking at mega trends and so on. But I like also the word village coach. So I'm often coming to small villages as a kind of coach, not an advisor, but a coach. So, and I won't go in deeper into that, but I'll try a little later because I'll quote one of the Danemars. If you know Grundtvig, you also know Denmark. And you know why Danes, they are like they are. And you can quote him for a lot of things, but I'll quote him here for words create what they mention. That means what we're talking about, words are very important between people. So, what words do we have? We have the narrative because we're talking about local community. We're also talking into a narrative and understanding identity or whatever, who we are. And in 1938, we got a narrative from this guy called Harold Harding. Do you know about him? Anybody? No. At that time, he was a sociologist, and he was looking at people, and especially was he looking at people who had things in common. And he said, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Whatever we have in common doesn't work. So he said, when people have something in common, they all misuse it. They can't find out. And he came with a term that was very strong. He called it the tragedy of the commons. Because people, they cannot find out. When everybody owns everything, then nobody cares. So that's a strong narrative. And that narrative came in the 60s. And then in the 70s and 80s, it was very strong politically. Do you know Ronald Reagan in the 70s? He was very fond of Harding. He said, we have to make private everything. All these socialistic things about commons and so, get out. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. We need to be privatizing and things so on. So it was a very strong narrative. And he said, when we have a common, that's a common, a commons in Fællet in Denmark, if you know, and everybody can use that land. They all misuse it. They put too much sheep on it for their own sense, so they get selfish. So he said, we need to do something. This about common doesn't work. It's a tragedy. So we need to enclosure. That means fence up, and then you have this piece, and you have that, and then it works. That means privatizing things. Then it works. And that's logic, of course. So that was a very strong narrative at that time. Politically, all over, it came all over. And it came also to Denmark, and new public management, and the public sector, and the private sector, and all this comments was nothing. So problems was actually a problem. So he said, we have the markets, that's a good way, and we have the state, and they make legislation. That's also a good way. So everything else doesn't work. Profit, that's short term, and the other one is power. So that's the two tools, you might say, they're using there. Then we might say, what about a civil society? In Denmark, we have a strong civil society, actually, hopelessly, that's good. But what about that? Does anybody care about it? At that time, it minimized. So until in the 80s and the 90s, this lady came. Have you heard of him? Elinor Ostrom? She was a sociologist studying commons all over the world. And she said, it's not true. It's not true. There's another way. And she said, people, they can find out. And she wanted to show, and she showed, and she said, there's one big thing that's not profit, it's not power. There's one third thing that's more important. It's trust between people. And said, if you have trust between people, you can go another way. And she said, trustworthy local communities, they dare to do things together. And they can get it to work. Maybe sometimes private business, that works, or the state works, but this is actually even better. If this works, then it's more effective. People are getting ownership and so on, and you create a good society. So commons, he said, that is the solution. And that's another narrative. It's just a narrative. It's just words. But it means probably people, they started in the 19s and on ongoing, this is more or less becoming a third way. And reclaiming the commons was the narrative. So we had to reclaim the commons, and that is at the moment actually becoming a mega trend, if you have it. And that pointed back to the local communities where we are working. So reclaiming the commons. And if I can quote here from Torup, so they say, taking matters into own hands. Can you see it? The strength of civil society in the developing resilience is in developing resilient rural communities. That is what it is. That's maybe your quote, Peter, is it?
Yeah, I made that up.
I thought enough. But that is actually reclaiming the commons. So here we are, back in Torup. Elinor Ostrom, the the author of this reclaiming of the commons, she made a model, and I'll show it to you. How do we actually build trust? That's a good question. Maybe we can feel what trust is between people, but how do we actually create it? And she made this model that said there is something here over. You have to behave trustworthy. That means don't cheat, and don't steal, don't be corrupt, and so on. So you have to build that. You have to build relationships because that can control that up there. Then you have to make common rules. That means you have people sticking together and see what do we do here, what do we do with our commons, how do we use it, and what rules are there. Because if there are no common rules, then the tragedy of the commons are realized. Then you have to understand the context. It's difficult in Hungary and in Netherlands and in Denmark and so on. So you have to understand the context. Then you have to create common actions together with people. And then this one is important also. And then you have actually a model where 4 steps, you might say, that's her, by building trust and trustworthy communities. And that's actually mobilizing trustworthy communities, fixing this. This is where facilitation comes in. That's not advising people or telling them to do. That is facilitating them, using these things. And then you have to map the context, understand where you are, put your fingers in the ground, and then you have to facilitate these common actions together with people, that the words come out, that the speech come, the dialogue, and so on, and then organize this one. So this is something that's going on and on and on. And it's not strategy. We use the word strategy, and then we make a strategy, and then maybe 5 years later we make another strategy. No, this is culture, and it's much stronger. So forget about strategy, build culture with trust instead of. That's just what I'm saying, because I'm working with communities, with volunteers. You cannot use strategies. Forget about it. If you make a strategy, only few people make a strategy, and then they punch the other ones. You have to build the community. You have to build the trustworthy community. You have to build the culture, because else strategies doesn't work. That's the last one. And I think that's actually a picture of Thor, more or less.
That is Thor things on there.
That was Thor thing. In these old communities, they had different roles, and the roles were shifting every year. One was the older man, one was having the horse together and so on. And they were representing the whole community and talking about what to do with their commons. So that's back to the old times, then rethink it in the future. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Where are we?
That was an interesting comment, wasn't it? Forget about strategies, which we've done in this project, but think about trust. Thanks very much. We will now, I think, finish off. We will have what we've called a panel. I'm not sure how to organize this. Does it mean people on a seat here or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
We would like to ask the speakers to sit in the middle.
Yeah.
And then let's just have a chat. That's maybe more or less.
Including you. And we've not met you yet.
Maybe I sit there with you, but just to moderate, okay? So, yes, including Anne-Louise. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not, sorry, I'm Lisbeth.
Can't.
Sorry, Anne-Louise was got here, yeah. Can you grab all the chair and Paul, you will.
Should we turn?
We cover a whole Denmark and has about 140 member companies, and they are from like banks or small local initiatives like here from Torup or other places in Denmark. So we cover quite broadly and many different sectors, and we give legal advice to employees, and we try to make better conditions politically for cooperatives and social enterprises in Denmark. So we have a huge effort trying to push politicians both on a national and regional and local level to enhance and facilitate and make where there's need for legal, legislative regulation, what it could be. So we do our best to facilitate the development of the cooperative and social enterprise movement. And and I'm here to give my point of view and come with input in the discussions.
We will see. I would open it up because I don't think we should. Of course, I have some questions, but anyone wants to react? Oh, sorry, wants to react to what you heard, or questions to the different presentations? Or we can keep checking the. Okay, then I start it off, or you can react to what you heard. Yeah. Okay. I'm curious, like you said you cooperated your villages. Is it like a strong cooperation culture at the regional level, or is it selected villages who are engaged in such a cooperation, and what makes villages cooperate? Because did I understand correctly, Kim, you were saying as well that that there was like, what did you, maybe I didn't catch that argument when you said like don't dig a hole, that you've been discussing, and Peter suggested not to build a new village there. So what was that about, and like how you can settle like which village is doing what and what makes a good village? Cooperation and trust, if we, for the last one, maybe.
That's a nice and easy question, isn't it?
You must remember that I'm a politician in this area at the moment. I'm not an employed. So when I push to Peter and say, could you build this village in another way, maybe using some other materials and so on, it's more my political way of pushing him, because I have no law or anything else that I can knock him down with. So it's more like we could do this together in another way. Maybe if I could inspire you to do it in another way, maybe it could be a good issue for Torup to go another way than they used to do when they built new areas of housing people. So it's more my political way into this that pushed me.
Any other reactions, Peter?
There was a question earlier on about how to have enough local employment, and actually I think one approach could be to look at the unemployed part of the employment, because there are quite a lot of people maybe not being able to work at the moment, but with some training or the right circumstances or the right framework, they are absolutely able to make a huge contribution. And in that case, social enterprises could be an approach. And I know many municipalities have a special approach to how to get more social enterprises developed in a community, because they have a great potential for employing people maybe with a disabled or a stress, how to say, yeah, there can be a lot of diagnoses that can be hindering a full employment, but with special conditions and in a social enterprise, it's absolutely possible to get some more, going on there. Yeah.
Okay. Any reactions? Because I mean, it's a discussion. I can keep asking, but if you have any questions,
Yes.
go on.
If I may.
But okay, I will carry this.
The funny thing is, my job is it has got your work, it has got your work, and it has got your work. And I'm not a politician. I had to promise my father when he died not to go into politics. So, because in politics, lying always appears if you want it or not. And my father didn't want me to get in the situation that I had to lie. But the other three things, I'm involved in that. I worked for the NCR, the Dutch Corporation Council. We set up a smaller group for the smaller corporations, because the NCR only works with the bigger ones, the banks and all that. Mm. Well, the local stuff, that's clear. And what you are doing, I talked with quite a lot of people, and to most of the people I said, consultants are wrong. A good consultant doesn't give an advice. He facilitates you in thinking to make a decision yourself. And that's exactly what you tried to tell me, I think. Well, my question, you also said strategy, forget it. And I hesitate to agree on that, because leader has had quite some impact in Europe. And it has been a legitimation for local people to get support from governments. Otherwise, they never ever would have had it. Well, the decision to make a leader program is a strategy. And if then the strategy is try to facilitate, try to enthousiasme anarchism in one way or another, that is strategy. I would like a reaction on that.
That's your question too.
Maybe I was provocating or not.
Yeah, maybe you were.
But I think actually what we do in Denmark, maybe, I don't know, in Denmark, the municipalities in Denmark are all making strategies for 4 years, and a new strategy for 4 years, you know, every 4 years they think that, we all think that democracy is voting every 4 years. Then they make 4-year strategies, and they all want the local communities to do the same. So they're pushing actually strategies, and they are making legislations about that municipalities has to force more or less or motivate local communities to make their own strategies. And they want to combine them. It's very difficult because you're coming out to volunteers. And volunteers, they are living together with neighbors and so on. And who shall go up and say, we have to do this? So making strategies as a first thing, maybe you can make strategies for projects or areas and so on. So you make a goal and how do I get there? But it's more important to have a good life together with your neighbors by having this togetherness actually. And togetherness where you have a culture, then you have a tool to say, okay, what do we want? And then we can say, okay, decide, and then we can decide in consent, not in discussions or negotiations. There's also something they do in politics. They negotiate. They don't have a term that they want to consent, you know. It's difficult. It's different. It's something else. Discussing is about winning the discussion, but consent is about leaning into the whatever we can agree on, where we can meet. And that's more important in communities where you are living, to have this kind of culture where you're leaning in. Okay, I can see what you have, and it's okay for me this time. Then we discuss it. Yeah. Do you understand?
Yeah, but suppose I am. I'm a clergyman in a local village on the field of spatial planning. I can have my feeling, and that feeling says we as a government must more trust our people. That means that his strategy could be that all his public servants are forbidden to say no, to use the word no, but always say yes, but. And then they have to argue, no, they have to deliver the topics on which the plan has to be made better and better. And that is the follow of the strategic choice. We trust our people, so our public servants are also having the attitude to the people that they trust by saying, yes, but you have to do that and that and that. And that is, I think, that could be very useful.
So the strategy is to forbid no.
No, the strategy is to trust people.
Okay.
Okay. Agree then?
Yeah, but maybe agree. But still, I have this about the government. The government have to trust people. I think the people, they have to be trustworthy. Then it's not about trusting. You cannot say you have to trust people. That's something interpersonal. You cannot make a strategy on that. That's something you have to be to show you. And then you are in a culture. You can also have a culture. I say normally if I come to a village for the first time, then I always listen how they're talking. And some villages you come to, they are talking, nothing works here. They are all stupid. Nobody wants to go into things, and we have tried that before many times. It doesn't work, and so on. So they have it. That's that kind of talking. Where you come some other villages where they are more saying yes and then we're doing this, and then it was funny, and then we did something else. So and by listening to that, then you listen to the culture. Are there possibilities here, or are there not? And if you have this talk about bad talk or negative talk, then you have to change that first. You cannot make a strategy on that. You cannot make a strategy on top of that, because nothing works. So you have to build the community, so the talk and the culture, so that it's going to be a yes and culture, as you say, because then everything works. Then you can make strategies on top of that.
I'm Dutch and you're a Dane. And it could be that we have got a verbal discussion about the word mission or strategy. And I think this discussion could be done further with a pint of beer. But I think
yeah, always a good idea.
Good. Maybe, yeah. You might say mission, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe to stick a bit to that topic, but if anyone has a question, please raise your hand. Like, how do you feel, Peter, in the lag? Because you say it's such an important thing, and you got a lot of support through that. How far the other communities are engaged in the lag? Because I think that sometimes we hear that some communities are a bit left out, not in your lag, but generally. And how do you see this relationship, or how you encourage in your lag other communities to do something like in Torup?
Yeah, the way we formulated our lag strategy 7 years ago was like a vision or a mission, if you like. That was the basic idea. So we didn't in fact make it very pointed, except for these basic concepts. That was the idea, which means that we can include much more different points of view, as long as they, if you like, move in the same direction. Where sustainability is mentioned 21 times in our strategy, there was no mistake that this was the kind of vision that we had with it in that particular respect. So my comment would be that when we talk about strategies, it's very important that we have a long-term vision, we have a mission, what we're doing, but we don't use these strategies as, you know, a sort of a ticking of boxes. It's much more open than that, and I think that's also what you're getting at. And I think perhaps also to you're talking about the same here, because it's a culture of openness, if you like, and it's important that there is a direction in this, of course. But it's important to also include other points of view. So that would be my view there. And in terms of including different communities in my lag, did you hear that? In our lag, we covered 2 municipalities, and we have 15 different types of people on the board there, across a range of from hippies to right-wing everything. And it's really interesting to work on a consensus basis in this type of environment. And that is my mission as a chairman in this particular respect. So we really try to live what we're saying here, to include different points of view. And so far we've had consensus. I've been supporting 70 different projects over the last say 7 or 8 years, and it's interesting to see how, you know, we were able to include a range of different activities and also attitudes toward this. So that would be one of my answers to what you're saying. How far does this inclusion go? We try to live it as much as we can, also in the lag board.
Okay. Any question? Yeah. Thanks.
In the examples we have said here in Torup, we have seen a lot of different activities and companies that have been formed. How many of them are cooperatives? And if they are not cooperatives, why?
Now we're into the definition of a cooperative. And you'll say more about this, I'm sure, but the cooperative movement has a very wide and large definition of what a cooperative is. And forming, for instance, a company where there are many shareholders, it's also one form of cooperatives. So you've seen lots of cooperatives. Perhaps you'd like to expand on that.
Yeah. Sure, it's because in most European countries there are company law for cooperatives, but in Denmark it's not so. So there's no special form for cooperatives in Denmark. And that means that we have no clear picture of how many cooperatives we have in Denmark. We have an idea and we have some guesses, but it's not defined at all in Denmark. In Denmark, it's defined by 7 principles, if you're cooperative or not. It's basically definition of values. So are you democracy oriented? Do you have a purpose, societal purpose? Is it owned by the employees and so forth? So there are some values, but it's not a clear line. On the other hand, if you're a social enterprise, actually, I find that most social enterprises also cooperatives and vice versa. So it's not like clear distinctions, but for social enterprises in Denmark, there is a registration. So you can be registered as a social enterprise if you live up to 5 criteria, and it's governed by the Ministry of Economic Affairs in Denmark. So there's a clear distinction there. You can look in a database and take, okay, social enterprises, how many are there in Denmark? But unfortunately, it's not that well governed. So there's a lot of, I wouldn't say fake registered enterprises, but they're not exactly what I would mean as a social enterprise. So that's not either. It's not good either. So we are in a state, in a situation in Denmark where you cannot really define it. But we're working on it. That's part of our job to push the agenda for getting more clear lines on this. So whether you're a cooperative, you could probably explain if you feel like you are a cooperative.
Well, with 100 investors down in where we have the bakery and the restaurant and all that, that is definitely a cooperative. The station with 40 investors. But I was also thinking when we talked about this, the fund, the local Torup fund, is a socio-economic fund. It has social, societal goals and all that. And that is definitely one of them. And you wouldn't see that as a cooperative, perhaps. The fund, how can that be a cooperative? But it actually works along, if you like, socio-economic guidelines. And it's registered as a socio-economic fund, which is a special registration. So in statistics terms, it actually counts here. Yeah. So these are examples.
And also the meal, no? The meal we visited.
Oh yeah, yes, that is also we're about 30 investors down there, and again it's a limited company, but it works as a cooperative. Go ahead.
I talked about commons, you know.
Yeah, commons.
Cooperatives is actually kind of commons. That's a common that you create. People go together. It's kind of social commons, you might say. So, and that's why I say it's a mega trend, at least in this part of the world, where you try to find solutions together. And you try to organize these cooperatives in a commons way, in a democratic way, you might say. So,
Yep. Are we winding down, Dina? I'm looking at you.
Yes, I have one more question because just to come to a bit to this policy, like you work at the local level and at the lag level, and you're in touch with the municipality and regional and probably national level. And we heard this, like you are very active in influencing all that. So where do the municipality or where do the villages, because I know you've got a different system, where do you get the most support from? Or where should it come from the most? Is it like the regional level, municipality level, you cooperate, or you are really, the best is just to rely on yourselves through these social enterprises and you don't...
Support?
Financial support, really. And technical if needed, yeah.
Was that
Maybe we can do one round and then we
let's
can even conclude unless there are other questions.
I don't think our administration in the region is at all looking down at Torup, or Torup is looking up at the administration in the region. But I think as a politician elected in this area, I know Torup, and I am fond of Torup, and I like to speak with Peter about Torup and subjects of cooperative way and things like that, because as a politician, I can use it when I speak with people in some other villages and say, do you know there's a Torup and there's something going on up there? Maybe you can get inspired by going there. So as a politician, I'm very fond of Torup and all the other villages where there's something going on. But at an administration level, there's nothing.
Financial support on a village level, traditionally there's from the state, there's some money. And then it's from LAG, there's some money. But then there's been a lot of money from municipalities to support. But it's changing at the moment. So there's a lot of funds in Denmark that are supporting local initiatives. And these funds are opening more and more up, so easy to get, even small amounts and also big amounts. So, and that's growing at the moment. Then there's a fifth thing that is crowdfunding. that's also growing at the moment. And that's interesting because that's in the hands of the citizens. And that's also growing, so it's changing at the moment. If you just look 5 or 10 years back, it was primarily from LAG, it was from the municipalities, and a little bit from the state. But it's really changing fast at the moment, I feel. And that gives a lot more tools in the hands of the citizens, local citizens, to develop their own things like Torup.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment. Thank you very much. Our main partner in developing things here, apart from what you said, I would say is probably the municipality. We have strong links with the administration and the politicians there, and we also have interactions. So they actually listen to us, and I think I mentioned some of the current projects that we're working on, decentralization of the care for the elderly and so on. And they're listening so much that when I send them some reports, which I did, we actually have meetings about this, and they say it's highly inspiring, and they want us to be included in the strategy, the vision for this particular field. Also, they consult us. We're consulted in all kinds of questions. The reintegration of former criminals is one. They consult us to see what can we do here. Another one is youth unemployment. They consult us from the municipality to see what we think about this. So we're seen as a resource for the municipality, and I think that they're probably our most important, partner in this. But I was intrigued by what you said there too. I have the privilege of being in one of these national big funds, dispensing millions of euros each year. And it's true that also smaller local projects, assembly houses, the roof is leaking, what can we do? Get some funding for it from the outside. And it is true that there is a possibility there that quite a few other villages have their eyes on, and it's not so difficult. You send in a short application and a nice video, lots of nice pictures from all over Denmark, which we look through. So it is possible also to get funding from elsewhere. We don't rely on public funding so much, but also a mix, if you like, of different types of funding.
Do you want to add anything, Husband? No. Okay. Any remaining questions from here? Or nothing? Any on the Slido? I think people are slowing down. I think it's maybe time to close this event. It looks like. It sounds like, yeah. Do you want to say a few final words, Peter?
Yeah,
or you said
nice.
it?
Yeah, thanks very much. Final last words here. I know. We've been singing. We have been singing. Yeah. No, I just wanted to thank you all for coming here. It's been a real opportunity for us to share what we love, and you've seen us how we boast and how proud we are, and I'm sure you're the same back home. We love the places we come from. We cherish that people come to visit us and share this with us. And I was really intrigued to get all the questions and interactions here, which has been very good. And we've had all these kinds of experts coming in, and politicians and futurists and all that. All these people that you've seen here are friends of Torup. You've felt that, I'm sure you did. And they take an interest in it. And we interchange all the time. Some of us actually, go to conferences together and invite each other for that kind of thing. So we actually interact also on a national basis. Which makes it really interesting to work with local development, because we're not just little Torup here, 356 people. We're part of a movement. We're part of a revitalization of rural life. We're post-COVID showing a new way. We're actually trendy. All this comes into working with rural development. And I'm sure you'll share my views on this. It's important that we know what we're doing, that we have visions what we're doing, that we have research to underpin what we think we're doing, and so on. And we've been trying to show you as we went along here, concrete examples, but also a few helicopters here and there, where we've been trying to see, is there something behind this which is more mega trend like? Is there something in this which is not just a fad and a trend, but actually shows some ways out of some of the difficulties that our societies face just now? So in those terms, it's been really wonderful and rewarding to have you here and to work with you around these issues that we carry together. So thank you very much for that. But also thanks to the E40 team, Edina and all the rest of you. We've had our difficulties as we went along, but I think that we didn't quite agree on the program. There were many other things we didn't agree on, but I think we managed to get here in the end, didn't we? And that was very nice to see, your support. It's been good to see that we actually managed to work together as well. And it's okay not to have exactly the same way of looking at things. We can actually get here when we do things together.
Are you a bit stubborn?
I'm a bit stubborn, but there are other people as well. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you very much for the cooperation.
Yes, and I think we say goodbye to all of those who are online as well, and we will keep in touch with the Smart Rural activities. And I wanted to say the same thing, like, thank you, Peter, for hosting us. It's been inspiring for all of us, and thanks for the team, Catalina and all the others. So thank you very much, and enjoy the afternoon and safe travel back, those of you who are here, and the others, see you soon. Bye.